thank you for coming to play Fate with me. This is going to be awesome. I am so excited. So, there's been some chat in the Discord with some general ideas, but we are not beholden to those ideas that were in the chat. Pardon me, I'm getting over being sick, so I've still got a little bit of a cough. One of the two things that I wrote down from the chat was a desire to kind of see like superhero scale things, to understand like the impact that that has, to see good compels. And we had a little bit of a discussion talking about like what possible genres, and the weirdest one that we drew that had the most discussion was a doing a crime slash heist game that was also a mockumentary. Um, Now that's just what was discussed in the Discord. We can we're like I said, we're not beholden to any of that. I did no planning. Um, because like who knows what's going to happen, but what kind of game do we want to play? What kind of genre? What kind of like story do we want to tell while we're together today?
As the person that made the request for the uh, exposure to scale, like the superhero stuff, I remember someone saying they weren't totally into playing superhero stuff as much as reading it or watching it or whatever. Um, it doesn't have to be superheroes, but I am more interested in like, it could be fantasy with a giant. It could be, anything like that. I'm just interested in seeing how fate works as far as different scales of strength or any other kind
Okay,
of, skill being put against each other.
sounds good. What's everybody else
I'm
think?
okay with superheroes. I don't know if I was the one who was talking about that. I remember talking about not um, playing in specific intellectual property media, but generic stuff. Um,
That might have been
the
your
idea is,
misunderstanding then. Yeah. Okay.
yeah, the scale thing is fine too. Um, Trying to think how we would mash together a mockumentary and what that would look like.
Now that I
But
gave some thought to because I'm like that's a
okay.
particular challenge. And my what I came up with for that was that when you create an advantage, we cut to a scene of your character sitting in front of a camera like they do in like mockumentaries. And
Hmm.
basically you say like, well, and that's when I had the idea to put those two wires together that, that Rob had told me not to. And then we roll the dice and play out the create advantage. Mostly just a like a storytelling trick of some sorts, like no like mechanical rules to it. Just whenever you do a create advantage, you have a scene where you're sitting right in front of the camera talking. So right before it happens or before it fails. Um, and generally, that's something that like could be called upon anytime you wanted to, really, because it makes maybe like narrative sense. So, so that was my thought on how to like turn anything into a mockumentary of sorts.
Could be some funny
So,
Yeah.
opportunity for someone to do their Jim Halpert impression or
It sounds pretty good to me. I don't know that I do it on every create advantage. I think that could get really, really extra.
it absolutely could, and it's one of those things that like would just feel our way through.
Yeah.
So,
I'm not as big into superheroes personally. I mean, I'm probably like one of the few people in the geeky world that doesn't have a massive comic collection and has never really been delved that into it. I'm perfectly fine with doing it. Just be aware that I might be a little less conversant in a lot of the genre conventions and kind of what does and doesn't fit very well. So I might ask a little nudge of helpy help coming up with some character concepts that actually fit genre conventions.
if I were going to say kind of my favorite genre in general, it would be more of like a science fantasy type setting. Like kind of there can be some magic stuff, but there's usually some high tech stuff, but there's different races, but they don't have to be like elves and dwarves. It can just be like different alien races on the same planet having to interact. Usually that's some good like cultural stuff, I think, in stories. But that gives a lot of range for like different interactions, like with different sizes of people or different, different cultures of people.
I'm game for that as well. Um, who has strong feelings about what genre? Superheroes or science fantasy?
No strong feelings either way.
All right. Well,
Along any X's.
okay. Well, given no strong feelings, why don't we go with science fantasy, since that will lean in. Everyone will have a little bit more of an even ground. That way, Rob doesn't have to worry about superhero conventions nearly as much. So now I will continue to have scale. I will work in something that has a sense of scale. That way we can see how that plays out. And do we want to still go with the like science fantasy mockumentary, or just play science fantasy? The question is, how goofy are you feeling today, I guess?
I'm fine with the mockumentary. I'm totally cool with keeping that.
I'm open to anything. So,
all right, well, we'll give it a go. We'll see how it works out. If it doesn't work out, then, it'll go to a documentary instead of a mockumentary. Don't ask me what the difference is. All right, so I should have probably led with this question, but I'm assuming that all three of you have played Fate before.
I have not.
You have not. Rob hasn't. John,
I guess
have
I'm
you
the
played
only
Fate?
experienced guy here.
No, Rob has played before.
I know.
So
I'm basically familiar with the rules, just in that I've read almost all the books. Like, I've been up on it for several years. I've just never had an opportunity to play it with anyone yet. So,
okay, great. Well, then we're going to go through the character creation process, and then as we kind of like start the first scene and everything, I will keep that in mind as we begin playing to kind of help guide you through the process. So I'm not since you've done a lot of reading. Do you feel like do you need the spiel of how things work, or do you generally have a sense of it and you just want like help as we go along?
I think I'm familiar enough that if you just go through the process, I can just ask a question if I need help.
Okay, great.
Are we going to use? Are we use Fey-like approaches? Are we going to use Fey's core skills? And are we going to do what kind of character creation are we going to do? Are we going to do like the full face tree? Are we going to do on the fly?
We're going to do usually with one shots like this. I do three aspects: high concept, trouble, and a third. If you've got a strong concept for a third, and usually one stunt. Just because stunt writing is one of those like rabbit holes that can go pretty deep if you're not used to it. And then for like skills or approaches, that's the question that I put forth to the group. If we use skills, I'm going to say like just the Fate core list of skills. If we use approaches, we can use the Fate accelerated approaches. Does anyone have a preference between the two?
I'm conversant in both, so and can play either.
I don't really have a preference. I would say the approaches is probably what I have less comfort with, so maybe that's what I should do.
Well, if you've got go ahead, Rob.
My decision-making process on that is usually what's going to highlight the differences between the characters. So I usually lean towards approaches when it's a game where everybody's kind of doing the same thing, like we're all soldiers in a platoon, or we're all students at Hogwarts, or something like that, where everyone's doing kind of the same things. When people have different specialties they do, I usually lean more towards skills because that highlights that better. Whereas if everyone has shoot as their top skill because we're all soldiers in a platoon, then all the characters look the same and there's no real differentiation. That's how I do it.
So that's how I do it as well.
Maybe if we were going to do a heist, if we are going to do that, it might be better if everyone has their individual specialties to kind of go the skill way.
Okay.
If we're doing the heist.
Why not?
Yeah, I think in the absence of any strong preference on anybody, we should just go with that.
Okay, great.
I'm okay with it.
So that was skills is what we came down on, right? Because of the heist? Okay,
Yep.
great. Then we will use the skill list from Fate Core. Excuse me. Drive will also work for fly, like flying vehicles, things of that nature. Um, we're not going to bother to separate those out. So let's figure out where we're starting. We've got science fantasy. You're all criminals trying to pull off a heist, and this is a mockumentary. So the question that I have is like, are we going for a like Firefly kind of feel? Are we going for a Star Wars feel? This obviously does not feel like very Star Trek, but you know, you could be a bunch of rogues in Star Trek trying to break on board the Enterprise and steal something. Um, like, you know, what kind of direction do we want to go there? That will help with character creation and character building if we kind of set that kind of tone.
I'm kind of feeling like somewhere between Firefly and Guardians of the Galaxy, especially with the mockumentary. If we're going to kind of lean into that a little bit, I think that gives a little more fodder for that.
I agree.
Yeah, some good
Uh,
opportunities to be a little goofy.
Guardians of the Firefly. All right. Okay, great.
The in the Discord too, I was kind of reminded when people were talking about it, the Mandalorian when they do the jailbreak, kind of that.
I have heard of it, but I have not seen very much of The Mandalorian. So, all right, great. Let's do character creation. I'm going to share my screen and show you Fari. That way we can kind of talk through what all the different like things are in the interface so that you can get a handle on it for those who maybe aren't used to doing anything with it. All right, so this is Fari. Let me just make that a little bit bigger. Um, Hold on, I'm adjusting my video recording too. Okay, so this is generally what you're going to see. This is the GM interface, so there may be like, there's this little private area right here that I have that I don't think that you have. And in the center here, there is the list of characters. So you can see that John's got a character sheet ready to go. And so I can see his aspects and I can see his skill rankings. And then in public, this is where I add various index cards, aspects, boosts, NPCs, and bad guys. I can have a private zone for these as well that I can then toggle private public with. Zones, we're probably not going to use very much. I don't use zones too terribly often, at least enough to need to draw them down. Usually my zones are pretty obvious enough in the narrative that we don't need a map. And then there's just a little notes panel to track notes. Here, this is just a little fun thing. If you want to throw confetti, you can do that. If you want to throw bad confetti, you can throw bad confetti. It's a fun little thing. The scene name, I'm actually going to call this Guardians of the Firefly. And over here, next to each of your characters, if you click on your face, on the little face icon, you'll get to either assign original or assign a duplicate. Assign an original to create a character sheet. I'm not going to do that for any particular person right now, but to show how character sheets work, I'm going to open up a new tab. I'm going to go to characters and create a new character. So here in the new character, you can load a template. Okay. Just go ahead and choose Fate Core since we're using skills. And that will set us up with all of the default skills and everything that we need for the character sheet. To edit the character sheet, you just actually go in and type what you need to type, and you can create the character. Okay. These little boxes. Oh, yes.
Do we want to use core or condensed, depending on which stress you want to use?
That's a good point. Let's use condensed. That would be a little bit easier. So let's go ahead and create another new character. Yes, I'm going to leave this one. So here's condensed. Did I choose the right one? It should just have 6. Okay. Anyway, you can fill in your aspects. There are consequences here. You can see have little check boxes. You can enter in the ranking of your skill, and then if you hit the little die, you'll be able to roll it by coming over here and hitting roll. You can see down here, I rolled my academics. I got a 3 result. Terrible. Um, you can track your fate points here with a little plus and minus. You can track notes. You can track stunts. If you want to do more advanced stuff with the character sheet, click on advanced mode. And then you can do things like, for instance, this relationship, we're not going to use as a relationship, so we can just rename it to aspect. And then you can actually potentially like remove the other two. And then there are other things that you can do with the character sheet. I'm not going to go through that because we're not going to be doing that today, but it's worth playing with because I think that Ferry has done a nice job of being able to edit character sheets and make them what you need them to be. Pardon me. So that's character sheets. So go ahead and click on your little character name there, Van, so that you've got your own character.
So I'm probably not going to need any access to like the book or anything, the PDF or any of that stuff.
Nope.
Okay, I got to get off the shared screen because it's covering my screen.
Oh, here, let me go ahead and stop my share. And make some edits for the video for the people watching this later. All right. Oop. Went too far. All right. All right. Everybody's got a character sheet. What we're going to do is we're going to write your high concept and your trouble aspect for your characters. So go ahead and think about that. Remember, this is a science fantasy. You are criminals, and this is a mockumentary. So if you think like The Office meets Guardians of the Galaxy and Firefly, you are on the right track. So go ahead and give that some thought and add your high concept. I'll give you a couple of minutes.
Does anyone have a preference of what type of person they want to be, or like what their slot in the team would be?
I'm personally kind of leaning towards some kind of science-y kind of guy with a tendency towards making things go boom. That, you know, the correct application of science is bigger and better booms. Or more DACA, or, you know, anything along those lines.
Yeah, I think I would go with the gun bunny, is what we used to call it. The guy who takes care of the security and in the shooting stuff.
Which is actually fairly close to me in that. So there's definitely
true. I could switch it.
Well, so can I.
Oh, okay. We'll see who can switch it.
Would either of those be like the more roguish, like a sneaky type of individual getting through security, or would that be more of where the boom boom comes in?
Yeah, I was not being the sneaky guy, but take that if you want, and then I will pivot from the boom boom guy to the face guy, the guy who charms his way through, does the social engineering, and like that.
I can work with
that.
I
always think of leverage when we're talking about heists. So
I mean, it's kind of the go-to for thinking about that.
Right. Yeah, this one of the physical guys from Leverage is known as the hitter, which is different from the gun guy, right? Because Elliot and Leverage never really used guns much.
Yeah.
I'm assuming we're all playing humans to keep it simple. Or or no? I don't. I didn't know how in depth we wanted to get in this in the beginning.
Well, we don't have to get too in depth, but we can just be like, I'm a green-skinned, tentacled humanoid named, whatever. I mean, I know myself, one of the things that I do with Fate is I try and push it just as far as I can whenever it comes to characters. Because why not? Like, in other gaming systems, you're limited based on what's in the book. Whereas here in Fate, it's like, okay, well, you can go a little bit crazier.
Okay, I'm gonna settle on being the interpersonal person, the face, the con man.
Sounds good to me. Let me know when anybody has some aspects written.
I've got 2.
Yeah.
Mine isn't letting me edit. I can put a name and a group, but it's not letting me edit anything in the sheet.
Do you see load template underneath the character? No? Well, here, let me see.
Are you looking on the sheet on the character list, or are you looking? I mean, there's a way to open it up to edit it.
I think I just gave you a character sheet, Van. No, apparently not.
Oh, wow. My entire character sheet just disappeared. That was awesome.
Oh, I was in Rob. Shit. Sorry, Rob.
That's fine.
Van, here, I will give you a character then. There you go. Go ahead and fill that out. So, John, Charming, Con, Wolfman.
I'm switching it around a lot. I'm just throwing different ideas.
It's the same.
Go with the alien. Sorry.
No, I'm sorry. It's the same as it was before. It's not letting me edit that one that you gave me either. Do I have to click the advanced mode to change anything?
No, you should be able to make changes to it.
Just a second, I'll share my screen.
All right. Oh, put the cursor underneath the H in high concept. Underneath the H. And the little line underneath. There, now type. There you go. Does that make sense, Van? Van, you're muted.
So apparently the spacebar thing doesn't work like this for some reason. Where do I click for the character?
You just enter the name and don't worry about group, but just enter the name up at the top.
And then that'll change it. Okay.
Yeah, anywhere that's got that underline, you can enter in text. There's the character name is in that name part above, not to the right of character.
Okay, gotcha.
All right. Yeah, sorry about that. All right. Rob, you said that you had a couple written?
3 actually now. Yay.
Nice. You want to save your character sheet, and then that will share it with the rest of us.
All right, and I'm going to go back and edit even more.
Trigger Happy Scientist. Good. Trouble, the Red Falcon once they're due. Yeah. Other aspect, a suitable application of high explosives. Excellent. We know what Marika,
Marikia.
Okay. How's everybody else doing on aspects?
I'm thinking about troubles. I was going to make it a personal thing, like a character flaw that I just read. Rob's pulling in a different group there. I kind of like that idea of doing that too. But
my suggestion would be to also make it the Red Falcon, or at least the group that would be associated with the Red Falcon, because the Red Falcon could be a person or a group, unless Rob's got some specific ideas.
Oh, no clue whatsoever.
Okay, great. That's awesome. That's my favorite.
It just sounded cool.
Yeah, it really does.
Should I be a member of the Red Falcon?
I mean, that would create some intra-party conflict.
We're all just hired by the same contractor.
It could be the fact that you all owe the Red Falcon, whatever that means, something, and that's part of the reason why you're all doing this heist. This is a larger idea. So, Van, what are you thinking of for your high concept?
Yeah, I'm just having trouble figuring out how to word it because I don't know.
That's okay. Just talk about it.
The thief kind of character, basically, like sneaky, knows how to unlock anything, getting around, blocks.
Okay. Is he human? Is it an alien race that maybe has like 10 fingers per hand that are very small and like delicate, that are really good at like taking care of mechanical devices and things like that? Or
yeah, I was envisioning something either maybe reptilian or insectoid. So maybe kind of like an ant.
yeah,
like small but like thin limbs. So
like my Aunt Mary. No, never mind, not that one. Sorry.
All right. So you could be like, all right. So now my question is like, why do you like bypass locks? Why do you get into places? Like, do you like the thrill of going places where you don't belong? Do you enjoy, like, is it a skill that you acquired for robbing people?
yeah, I think
Is it like
from curiosity and survival, and it just kind of like became useful for making money too.
curiosity and survival? Okay.
Like a roach, probably.
Yeah, so I mean, the thing is you could be like an insect lock picker, and that can be your like high concept. It doesn't have to be like super flowery or specific, but like you can be in like insectoid lock picker.
Okay.
Like
Or
one thing
if
I always use as a guidance, if you're like, put it in terms of D&D, like the perfect high concept for a D&D game is pretty much race modifier class, or adjective race class is pretty much spot on for a high concept 90% of the time.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, it's on the tip of my tongue. Give me a sec. I'm try to put it together here.
Okay. While you do that, let's take a look at John's character. So, John, tell us about your aspects.
So, he's a charming, uplifted wolf con man. So makes his living by acts like maybe Steve Martin in Dirty Rotten Scoundrels.
All right.
Except he's looks like a wolf. a bipedal wolf. Think of a classic werewolf. He's uplifted, meaning he's genetically engineered from wolves from Earth. But there's a lot of them out there. It happened at some point in the past, and it's not uncommon to see them, because that's just because there's con men. You couldn't get by with it if you were unique. And so I'm going to lean hard into the social skills, and I think he's kind of a daredevil and likes to take risks, and so my trouble is can't turn down a bet or a dare.
All right.
So always on the scam, always trying to make a little bit of extra money and chasing down the thrills.
Okay, that sounds good. Very kind of Marty McFly, like, you know, in Back to the Future.
Yeah. That actually was one of the scenes that went through my head when I wrote that one.
All right, and talk about that last one there.
It just basically is somebody who's going to be able to change a lot of, take a lot of different roles in a con. He has a wide wardrobe, so he can appear to be, you know, a bum on the street, and then turn around and change into a suit and look like that, or a cop, or a prison guard, or bank teller, or whatever. So
okay, sounds great. All right, sounds like you have to work on a name now, because John's character is not a good character name.
Oh man.
So Van, how are you doing with your aspects?
I got the high concept. I'm not sure the first part is, I think death proof is a little too.
Hit save on your character sheet. I believe it's towards the bottom, and then that will share your changes with the rest of us. Death proof, insectoid, sneak thief. I think it sounds perfect. Sounds great.
Okay, I was thinking more of the it's always true. It's like I don't want him to be immortal. Just like kind of.
Well, no, being death proof doesn't necessarily mean that you can't be like conquered. It just means I think about, oh goodness, the guy from Torchwood, from Doctor Who, Captain Jack. You know, like Captain Jack was immortal, but you know, the stories were still interesting. Also, the insect from the Kipo TV show on Netflix, the cartoon, also is death proof, but kind of, you know, basically just keeps keeps aging through the cycle. So being death proof, it doesn't necessarily mean we can't tell interesting stories with it. So I think that's great, because it leads to situations where, like, I don't have to work, like, narratively, we can kill you and use that as part of whatever's going on. So that's good. What kind of trouble does your death proof insectoid sneak thief have?
I was leaning into the roach concept, so I was thinking like afraid of the light, but that's kind of a little too simple. I don't know. Maybe something with the group that we were talking about being enemies with earlier. I forget their name right off the top of my head, but
The Red Falcon.
yeah. Maybe that's also why I'm working for them.
Well, you know,
I think, I mean, being afraid of the light, I think is great, because I mean, that is compelled fodder. That can be compelled constantly, right?
Yeah. Because I was thinking he would stick, you know, part of his thing is sticking to the shadows and all that stuff. Maybe that's kind of a phobia, you know, maybe it works against him sometimes. He doesn't just do it to sneak. He does it because that's his instincts. Maybe he has like some goggles or something he wears all the time. So if you take those away.
All right. Well, go ahead and add afraid of the light.
Photophobic.
And I imagine that it's not necessarily just because the light is bright, but also because, like, your like species, like if you're out in the light, that's when predators get you. And so it's not necessarily about how bright it is; it's about how revealing it is. So
yeah, I think it's way more instinctual. Yeah.
Awesome. So, Van, do you want to come up with a third aspect, or do you want to go ahead and try and find that in play?
I could probably go ahead and do the curiosity. I'm thinking something along the lines of like his curiosity can get the better of him, but something that would be useful for that too. That so it's not
Yeah.
just a compel thing.
Think about that a little bit, and see what you come up with. Meanwhile, everybody. Oh, I was about to say everybody else can assign skills, but womp womp, I'm too late. Um, so yes, so everybody gets a 4, 2 threes, 3 twos, and 4 ones for skills. Let's see. The scientist, of course, has crafts as a peak skill, and Barney, the wolf con man, of course, has deceive as a peak skill. So, Van, do you want to take a moment away from building out aspects and put down your skills?
Yes.
Rob, you and John, you guys can go ahead and work up a stunt for your character. Um, like I said, generally for one shots, I do one stunt. You're used to playing Fate. If you'd like to pay a refresh to have a second stunt, you may. Go right ahead.
One stunt for free, and then anything beyond that is a fate point. Just
Yes.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. So. And then after we're done doing character building, we're going to take a 10-minute break just so that we can kind of get up, stretch our legs. I can start writing down some ideas for Guardians of the Firefly, and then we will start the game.
So a 4, 2 threes, 3 twos,
and 4 ones. Yep, makes a nice little pyramid.
To ask the Fari developer to sort the skills in the display.
Yeah, that would be
make
nice.
it a little easier to track that.
I think in the character sheets you might be able to.
I didn't see anything on there. There's no drag hand. Oh, if maybe in advanced mode, yeah. Let's see. Stolen car.
Yeah, you can manually do it, I think, but I don't think there's any auto.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, well, we'll do that. That's a good way to do it.
Yeah, my usual go-to is to what I generally do is I actually will just create like the skill list and have it be 4 skills, and I have 4, 3, 2, 1, and then the label for it I just have being
type it out.
The skills that works for.
Right.
So. Yeah, it would be nice if I could get that sorted on these little character cards that I see of yours. So our death-proof insect has a burglary of 4. Excellent. Stealth of 3 and athletics of 3. Good. Van, is it okay if we take the break and that'll give you some time to think about your third aspect?
Yeah, and if I can always just come up with it in play too if we need to.
Okay, sounds good. Then I say we take a 10 or 11-minute break. Let's see, it is 12:54 my time, so in 11 minutes, that would be 1:05 Eastern. Why don't we go ahead and come back, and then we will get to playing. Does that sound good? Well, we have stunts. Shit, I completely forgot people were working on stunts. Let me know when you've got stunts for me to take a look at.
I do.
All right. All right. So tell me about this, Rob.
Well, one of the things that I see this guy is doing is kind of being, in addition to the trigger man, he really likes building explosive shit. And so I think he should be good at doing that. Above
Yeah.
and beyond, he can build stuff normally, but that's kind of his specialty, is making things do the bigger boom. And suitable application does mean larger.
Yes. Excellent. All right. +2 in crafting heavy weaponry or explosives. I like it. Fits the character. How are you doing, John?
I spent far too much time sorting my skills. So I'm just now starting to think of stunts.
Okay.
Probably, I go back and forth on whether to. I guess the thing I want to do is to be able to convince people of things. So I've already got a deceive of 4. I don't know whether having a +2 on that. I don't know, skill swap for something else. Maybe a like a cold read type thing with empathy to learn stuff about people that I can use to leverage in deceiving them. Yeah, I think that's the way I would want to go,
Well,
since
the thing
deceive's
is
already pretty high.
yeah. So basically, you want to be able to use deceive to learn more about a person, like learn one of their aspects, maybe.
I was thinking that I would get a stunt on empathy to do that when I'm creating an aspect that can be used with deceive. Like
Talk to me
maybe
a
a,
little bit. Oh, go ahead.
go ahead.
No, I was going to ask for an example so I understood a little bit better.
So, okay, we got to get past the guards, and I've already set up that I've got the costume, so I'm coming in as an elevator repairman, and in order to get past the I'm not on the list to repair the elevator, I spend a moment talking to him to or just in the moments as I'm walking up to him, I learn a detail about him, and so I use empathy to do that, and create an advantage that I notice that he's a family man because of a picture he's got up on his monitor or something, and I create that, and then when I do the overcome, for example, if that's what you're going to do to do the deceive, I can use that advantage. So I'm thinking that the stunt would be like make the aspects I create that way in order to do the deceive. I'll get +3 instead of a +2, something like that.
One suggestion that I have is that I've seen stunts built around this, like being able to, once per scene, you can know something, like, or uncover an aspect about an
Mm-hmm.
NPC in the scene.
Mm-hmm.
So that's something that could be the stunt, which would allow you to uncover an aspect about them that then you would be able to invoke as part of your deceive to
Right.
help with that. And so basically what that would do is, like, in every scene, you would be able to get a free aspect from an NPC on the scene, to be
Mm-hmm.
able to use as you want to, potentially for deceive, but potentially for other things too. Um,
Right. Right.
so in your example, you would be able to walk up and be like, okay, so in this scene, I discovered that the guard is a family man, and family man is the aspect that you uncover, and you can lean your deceive into the family man and spend a fate point on that aspect, allowing you to succeed better at the deceive if things go bad, because you know more about them in particular.
Mm-hmm. So that would be the aspect would just be no role to make it. It would just
Yeah.
be part of the stunt. Say it's on the
Yeah.
scene.
Mm-hmm. Yes. And since this is a one shot, like once per
Right.
scene, I think, like, fits fine. If this was a
Mm-hmm.
campaign, it might be a little bit different. The cost structure might be different, but
Right. Right.
But for today, I think once per scene will work out fine.
Okay. I will write that one up.
All
I've
right.
seen those before too.
Yeah. Cool.
Good idea. Thank you.
All right. Van,
I might.
Oh, go ahead, John.
I think because of this mockumentary thing, I might write it up as part of a flashback.
There you go.
Right. And so it's not always a cold read. Sometimes it's some research I did beforehand,
Sounds
or
good.
possibly coincidental.
Too few people make use of flashbacks in Fate. It's
Yep.
unfortunate. All right. Van, I see that you've got your third aspect. Talk to me about that.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's too wordy or not, but basically I was thinking kind of a using whatever's around him. He's very good at being resourceful with whatever's around to get the job done.
Sounds good to me. I think that can be a lot of fun.
Yeah, I was thinking the stunt would kind of come off that somehow, but I'm not sure how to word it yet.
Well, what are you looking to do with the stunt?
Just be able to look at whatever's around that might not be obvious to get out of like a situation, like in a survival situation or getting through a barrier, that type of thing. Recognizing the potential and like junk. Like one of the things I have in mind is like taking one of my hairs, like because they're really thick, insectoid hairs or something, and using it for a lockpick or something like that.
Okay.
I'm wondering if that aspect might not actually be a good name for the stunt, but I guess
I mean, they can both have the same name. Nothing wrong with that. I'm just thinking like that sounds like you're trying to provide a bonus to overcoming things with like crafts, or craft.
That actually
Which
works
is
well, yeah, because I would probably need to redo. I want to make the craft skill higher, probably. I might rethink the skill, but
well, the one thing that I will point out with that is that given that we're using skills right now, Rob's character is crafts 4 as the peak skill. So that's going to be treading on territory of another character, which I usually don't say no to. But let's see what we can do with this. One being Junks is Rex perfect tool. What if it was resources? You know, like for instance, it was +2 to overcome challenges with resources using junk.
If I
What's
could
that, Rob?
have an idea.
Oh, go ahead.
It could almost be a stunt that says, and this to me, that aspect feels more like a stunt than an aspect to me, to be honest with you. I'm not seeing invokes compels, but as far as a stunt, I would say that like once per scene or once per end scenes or however you want to handle it, you can essentially declare that you can, where a specialized piece of equipment is needed, you can declare that you can cobble it together from bits and pieces of available stuff that's around. So if you need a lockpick, this goes exactly your example. Oh, I need a lockpick. I don't have one. Well, I can take my insectoid hair and fashion it into one.
I'm good with that. Great suggestion.
yeah, so it doesn't necessarily need a skill. It's just more of a
Once per scene.
It's a rule breaker versus a bonus stunt, which I usually think are more interesting.
They are.
I'm good with that. Are we good with like once per scene?
Once per scene. Yep.
And what
Because if
gives,
it's once per session, it's only going to happen once today.
is it just like a +2 or is it just a flat I can overcome
It's
that?
just a flat you can actually like have the specialized tool that you need to overcome.
Or more accurately, you can MacGyver it together.
Yeah.
Is that a fate point thing to be able to use that?
Nope. Nope. Just once per scene. You just say it is, and it is. All right. Okay. How's everybody feel with their characters? Excellent. Rob's doing good. John, how you feeling? Good?
I'm
Van,
good.
how you feeling? Excellent. All right. So now let's take a 10-minute break.
Like stupid hot. Their whole thing that came from this, little yellow bird eating the peppers in the field, and they're like, "That's what you should be like eating hot sauces. You should be enjoying them."
Hello,
without.
friends.
Hey,
Hey,
Randy.
Randy.
Rob, you're muted.
Rob is.
Or you were.
I'm using my space button. Hey, I sent you a message on Facebook real quick. You could just take a peek at that. I'd appreciate.
Something's going on with my sound.
Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
I heard you, Van.
I can hear everybody except, well, I can hear everybody.
Got some leftover burnt ends here with some vinegar barbecue sauce. So
You make those yourself?
no, not no. Mm-mm. We just have a very good barbecue restaurant close by us.
Where you live?
North Carolina, near Asheville.
Nice. Yeah, I'm in Austin, so we have lots of tasty barbecue here. I usually do my own burn ends, so that's not as much of an Austin thing. I like doing the pork belly ones. You ever have those?
You're making me hungry.
Hey, Randy.
Yeah.
I sent you a message on Facebook. If you could take a peek at that, I'd appreciate it.
Oh, sure. Yeah. All right.
Also pinged you in Discord
All right.
about my character.
Sure. Let's see. Van, I love the art you posted in Discord. And same with you, John. Yeah, John, go ahead and change that. That sounds good to me.
Okay.
So, yeah. So one thing that I do want to say, as far as this game goes, is that we're playing this game collaboratively, and so like technically I'm the GM, like, I'm the game moderator. I'm the one who's just kind of keeping things moving, keeping things challenging. But if anybody has any ideas for things or like suggestions, as long as we're respecting each other's kind of like autonomy and no one's like trying to quarterback someone else's characters, like I am all about like throwing out suggestions and, kind of helping each other. And especially like Van said that he hasn't had a chance to play Fate yet, so any like help we can provide to Van would also be good. So, so those sorts of things are welcome.
Yeah, it would all be appreciated by me because, as I said in the Discord, I'm hoping to start running some Fate with my friends. So it's good for me to get some actual play experience first to kind of see how things work before I start messing with it myself and do my own things to it.
Funny thing about writing aspects, which is, often a struggle point, I think you came up with was more of a stunt, which is great. It was a great stunt, is that really aspects are kind of defined by how you invoke and compel them and what permissions they give. And I try to write aspects from that point. It's almost like plot twists in a movie or what aspects are. It's, we saw the guy's steel arm in the beginning, his robotic arm in the beginning. Then at the end, he uses it when he's falling to stop himself from falling. That's the kind of rhythm you want with an aspect. And that's hard to get when you're not used to doing that as part of an RPG character design. So that's the advice I'd give for that. But I think it's hard until you've actually seen aspects work to write one. It's a really weird chicken egg situation.
Well, I was
actually
sitting here looking at it, and I changed that aspect actually because, like, when I was talking earlier, I said it sounded to me more like a stunt than an aspect, but I changed it to Rex New Treasure to be more of like that could be compelled on me because it's more of a thing where he's curious about like other people's junk he thinks is great, and like he's going to be, what's this? How can I use it? He's going to be curious to go look at that thing. But then the stunt comes off of that he can use this junk to do things. I think that might be a little closer to what
Remember to hit save on your character sheet so that changes are saved with or shared with the rest of us.
I'm starting to feel like basically if you put our three characters, stack them on each other, and put a trench coat on it, you get Rocket from Guardians of the Galaxy.
Yes. Excellent. Well, you guys are the guardians of Firefly, so, or Firefly of the universe or the galaxy? No. All right. So, John, talk to me about that trouble change that you've got here. The Delbert Canis 7 keeps nipping at my heels.
I thought I'd introduce some sort of rival with him, and add a character into the milieu. So there's a ongoing uplift project out there that is producing better and better gene engineered uplifted wolves. And Delbert 7 was the previous generation, was from the previous iteration of it. Barney Canis 8 is from the 8th iteration of designs. And he can't get over that he's obsolete anymore. And so he keeps bothering me, coming in, competing, trying to one-up me. I have to slap him down one way or another.
I see. Okay, good. I like that. All right. So we are going to, let's see, it's a mockumentary. So I don't have a good mockumentary style opening for this. But basically, right now, you are all kind of in, let's see, you are currently on a planet right now, kind of like a little asteroid planet that has like a lot of buildings, and there's in fact this asteroid is so luxurious that it actually has like simulated weather. And so there is actually like rain kind of falling down in the little like bubble city that you're in. And you have been sent to this asteroid to like this is where you're going to like get the particular mission that you're going on. Like you know that you are doing a heist for the Red Falcon group. Okay, so the Red Falcon group is, in fact, they, in one way or another, own the three of you. Okay, so let's see. Actually, you know what? Sorry, I'm going to give you a little bit more agency. You're doing this heist on your own to pay off debts that you have. Like so, Marikia, um, Marikia, you know that the Red Falcon wants their due, and part of like conducting this heist or like trying to find a job to do is going to allow you to kind of like get them off your back at least for a little while. Barney, this is going to be like just another score. Like this is one of those things. You're a con dog. You're a con man, and you're like doing your thing. Like this is part of what you do. And Rec, is it Rec or Reek? Think it's Rec because there's two K's, but
Is Rec. It's
Rick?
Rec.
Rec. Okay. All right. So Rec, I imagine that this is, doing jobs like this is what kind of keeps you in sweet, sweet new junk.
Rec needs to propagate. Rec needs money to travel the galaxy to drop more eggs.
Ew.
Everybody deserves
Nice.
shore leave.
Yeah.
So hold on a moment. Excuse me. So my assumption is that the three of you have been working together for at least a short while. Is that a fair assumption? All right. I did not say you had to like each other, but you've been together for a short while. There is your point of contact is going to have a job for you, one that potentially will make you a fair bit of money. Your contact asked to meet in a bar on this asteroid planet. Does someone have a name for the bar that you're supposed to meet this person?
Cantina Zed.
Cantina Z. All right. So, so Van, why don't you tell me a little bit about Cantina Z? Is it like a hive of scum and villainy? Is it a chain like TGI Fridays, or something in between?
I think it's both. I think there are cantinas on various ports. They're Alpha through Z. And, they tend to be kind of middle ground for different factions to meet. Kind of like a neutral zone type area. Like Casablanca is scattered out through space, kind of.
Oh, okay. So that like kind of explains like the asteroid and why it's particularly there, because maybe this asteroid is its own particularly governed space.
I think they
So can
move around and kind of like, share their locations with the people that need to know where it is.
Sounds good. And it being an asteroid is something that can kind of be like moved around as well. So let's see. I need a name for the person who's meeting with you. Ronator. Okay. So your contact is named Ronator, and you are supposed to meet them there. When you arrive, the hostess at Cantina Z has the requisite 13 pieces of flair on her outfit. And she is just like, hello, greetings. Do you need a table? We've currently got about a 40 minute wait for a table.
Yeah, I need the table, and make sure there's a good booster seat for me too.
Sure. Three people in your party?
3 foot tall and blue and has bug eyes and is the scrawniest thing you have ever seen in your life.
Awesome. Yes, we'll make sure that we have special chairs for your kind, so for individuals of your stature, and so we can be accommodating. Um, 3 in your party?
We'll be meeting someone. So
Okay,
one
so
more.
4. Okay, great. Oh, yes?
Barney heads to the bar to wait 40 minutes, right?
Yeah, it's 40-minute wait, yeah.
Go ahead.
Know if we're already supposed to be meeting you, or if it's just they're going to find us when they get here.
So let's see. Sorry. Barney, you go to the bar. Rec and Marikia, do you guys go to the bar as well, or do you just hang out?
May as well go head to the bar, see if there's anything I can twiddle into something else.
Certainly. As you get to the bar, the seats at the bar are, what are they? They are corporately branded seats that actually are kind of malleable and adapt to whatever alien form you have. So basically, like, as you can kind of set it into like comfort mode, and then it kind of like reads your anatomy and then generates an appropriate seat. And if necessary, in the case of Marikia, steps to get up to the seat as well. So the 3 of you get drinks, and you sit there to wait. You wait for, I don't know, about 55 minutes. It takes a little bit longer than anticipated to get your seat. And all of this time goes by, and your contact has not shown up until now. Someone comes kind of like running into Cantina Z. They've got like this purple suit with like giant like padded shoulders. They're very obviously they're human-esque, but they've got like a couple of tentacles kind of coming off like a mustache. And they kind of like look around very like kind of urgently, and sees the 3 of you at the bar and kind of like waves off the hostess and comes straight over to the bar next to you guys. hey, guys, it's me, Ronator. Listen, you came for a job, right? Right? So, uh, I know that I said that we should meet here, but I don't think that meeting here is a really good place anymore. The drinks here aren't so great, and maybe we can go elsewhere.
You seem a little worried about something. Should we be worried?
No, absolutely. You should absolutely not be worried about anything. Um, as he says this, you see that there are a couple of like round like droids, like kind of like flying like very menacingly kind of into the restaurant, and began kind of scanning patrons.
Reek makes kind of a oh sound and looks down, pulls out a little thing. We were just buzzed for our table.
Oh well, yeah, but I don't. The food here isn't that great. I think we should really like maybe go out the back. And I know this great place. It serves like fresh Gungan. It's delicious, and so I will even like pay for some of the meal. We ready to go?
I am agreeable.
So, yeah, let's go.
Yeah, let's go.
All right, great. Let's head back through the kitchen. And he kind of like walks right through the back kitchen doors. As he does so, like the doors like flap in, and then like as the door is coming back, he kind of like is backing through it, and there are two more of these kind of like floating round droids that are basically pointing like firearms at him. Um, and he's just like, hey, guys, give me a hand here.
Clearly, there's some kind of miscommunication understanding here. We're just with our friend here. What's the problem?
Is this the job?
No, this is not the job. This is your contact who is going to give you the heist job.
Oh no, I'm sorry. That was kind of in character asking the guy.
Oh, well, I mean, it's kind of related. So yeah, if I'm dead, I can't help you out with anything. You know, this is all recorded, right? So yeah. And the droids say you are under arrest for what is it? Bypassing security protocols and stealing blueprints that do not belong to you.
So Barney's gonna step forward in front of them and going, I don't think you have the right guys. I don't know what you're talking about. We haven't stolen anything. And I want to try to create a distraction so that he can get away.
All right. Just to be clear, these 4 floating sphere droids, they're currently only interested in Ronator. Not interested in you guys quite yet. But Barney, you're trying to create like a distraction so he can kind of dart away.
Right. And yeah, I got that they weren't after us, and so I'm acting confused as part of the distraction in order to take time. Yeah.
Sounds good. You were actually making me confused, so good. Glad to have that resolved. All right, so let's see. You are trying to create a distraction for him. I'm going to say that since you were trying to deceive them and act confused, that sounds like deceive. I'm going to set the difficulty for this at a 4 because they are security droids, and they've got like multiple angles, but it sounds like a create advantage to give him the opportunity. Like you're creating a ruckus or a scene.
Right, exactly.
All right. You can click on your skill, and that will roll your it'll roll the dice and give you a result with your skill.
I thought I did. I thought I clicked on the thing. It doesn't show it.
You might need to hit the word roll in the lower left-hand corner.
Oh, I see. Got it.
All right. Your deceive result is a 2, so that is With Create Advantage, that is a tie, so that will give you a boost, but not actually create the advantage.
So in Fari, I see it as a 4.
Yeah, the difficulty was a 4.
Okay,
So
so
that
it's a
makes it
tie. Right.
yeah,
Okay.
so that's a
Right. Right.
tie. Yeah.
Okay.
So so that will put a boost out there unless you'd like to spend a fate point to turn it
Nope.
into a no. All right.
Nope.
I will go ahead and put a boost out there. I'm just going to call it boost. I rarely name boosts because they are so like they don't last very long.
Okay.
So, but that is out there. It will last until your next turn.
But at least interacting with them, he's kind of got their attention, right?
Yeah, he kind of has their attention, but it's not like a full distraction. He is working on it so that Ronator could possibly make an escape. I don't know if Rek and Marikia want to get involved or do anything.
I was interested in possibly looking for a side exit or crevice, something like, between equipment, something that I could grab the guy and pull him away with. But I'm kind of looking for more of a distraction first, for like, better odds that they won't see where we go.
So one thing that that you could do because of your aspects is that you could kind of basically try to jump the droids. They could shoot you with their lasers, basically kind of like killing you, um, and that would create a very big distraction. And then you would just kind of like respawn where you are a little bit later.
I'm willing to try that.
Yeah, I mean, you've got the high concept death proof insectoid sneak thief. Like, you could potentially lean into it pretty well. Oh, my daughter just brought me coffee.
Is there anything I know about these robots and their programming that would let me to kind of use their programming against them?
You know that these are basically kind of like these are dumb robots. Their job is to kind of like stick like glue on a person and just find them, follow them, and then kind of like call people to the area to deal with the situation. So they're basically here to do that sort of thing. They're not overly smart. So as far as programming goes, these particular models, the security on them, like you could uh, probably use their, sorry, I'm thinking of this on the fly. One of the things that you could do is you could ask for the data stick from Ronator, and they would be stupid enough that they would then switch targets to you because you had the data that was stolen. They're pretty they're not bright. Um, Going back to you, Van, if you want to kind of like throw yourself into this, it seems to me like that would be
Do I know,
fight.
do I know also that they're that dumb, or is that something that I'd be able to pick up on?
I would say that that's something that you know.
I could try to, like, I know that their lasers, they'll hurt, but they won't kill me. Like, I'll be hurt for a little while if they hit me. So I'll try to make a distraction of myself, and I guess, smack a couple of them, so I think that overrides their need to watch this guy if I physically assault them. So
Yeah, they will defend themselves.
I'll try to like cap as many of them as I can as I jump through them or over them.
Sounds good. You're also basically kind of creating the scene that sounds like fight. Because we know that you're willing to die, like, which I imagine is kind of like how a phoenix dies and then comes back. Like, I imagine that your body's going to get shot full of lasers, like lay there on the ground of this TGI Katina Z, and then basically, like within a few minutes, like a new you is going to pop out of your old body. Is that a fair assessment?
Yeah, I think it kind of depends on what happens to me, but yeah, I was thinking kind of a cross between that and a possum. Like maybe whatever happens to me, I just look dead, but it's just me kind of like knocked out for a bit while my body just decides what's happening and fixes it or whatever.
Okay, that sounds good. I'm going to say that this is a fight. I'm going to set the since we know that this, you're not trying to stay up the entire time. I'm going to set the difficulty for this at a 3. And this is also creating an advantage. So if you click on the skill and then hit the roll button in the lower left-hand corner, that will roll your skill. Oh, 3 minuses on the dice roll for a -1 result. That is unfortunate. So you did not do well, and you've got some options now. So you can choose to start spending fate points. And with fate points, you can either choose to re-roll or to add +2 to the result. Given the difficulty is a 3, you would have to spend 2 fate points to tie and get a boost, which is not really advisable. You could spend 1 fate point and re-roll. Statistically, if you get 3 minuses or 4 minuses, it's almost always better to get a re-roll. Or you can just take a big old "this didn't work" and failed.
What would be the outcome of failing? I get hit and they don't get distracted.
They will not get distracted, and you'll be lying on the floor, quote unquote, dead.
So basically taken out for a minute.
Yes.
I'm honestly willing to go either way. What do you other guys have any preference?
I'm picturing the scene as all the robots, or at least one of them very quickly turns over to him with the gun, like aimed right at him before he can even do anything.
We can do that too. That's a little bit more.
He's going to get knocked out, right? Are they fighting robots?
They have guns on them, so they can actually shoot, but like they're not like super fighty robots. Like their primary they have guns on them if they need them, but generally they're not fighting bots. Like I said, they're like stay on the trail and bring in help.
I don't know whether I would go with accepting the failure or spending a fate point to have another failure, because that seems pretty likely.
Basically, I don't mind re-rolling, or they could take me out for a minute and I'll show up a little bit later if you guys don't mind being the two of you for a few minutes.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. I go for it.
I think I'll just do that for a second.
All right. So Reek, you try to you try to take out the robots, and they take you out first. They are much faster than you had anticipated. At this point, the crowd in Katina Zed basically kind of starts to go crazy because now there have actually been shots fired. And basically everyone is trying to leave the Katina.
I pull out a small explosive device from my pocket just to have it at the ready.
Perfect.
I will leverage the chaos and respond to them killing an innocent bystander who's completely unrelated to what they're trying to do, and go off on them vocally. I can't believe you did that. That's against your programming. You guys are rogue robots. This guy was just here. Why are you doing that? You just killed a person who's not even involved in this thing. and try to continue my distracting again.
All right.
As as a way to get them to switch targets or get confused.
Okay. So again, you're trying to create advantage to like give an opportunity for your contact to get out. All right. Go ahead and roll deceive. The difficulty for this is going to be, I'm going to lower it to a 3 because of the ensuing chaos inside of the Katina.
Mm-hmm.
That is a 1 result.
Plus my boost is a 3.
Yep.
For another tie. Yeah, I think I want to spend a fate point on that. On the fact that I'm wearing a costume that happens to be an official in whatever agency they are involved in. And so I open up my jacket so they can see the badge I have right here as part of berating them for killing an innocent bystander. And so I'll spend a fate point for that.
All right. Go ahead and deduct the fate point from your character sheet.
Is that the first number or the second?
The first number.
Okay.
Yeah, it's X out of Y. All right. Great. That is successful. You create the aspect. What do you want to call it? Confused programming?
Yeah, maybe unsure about target.
Unsure about target. All right, I've created that aspect, and let me add a free invoke onto that. The boost is gone, so I'm going to remove that. All right, great. At this point, Ronator is going to kind of like turn around and mouth to Marikia. I've got a really good heist for you guys. Help.
So I kind of try to push Ronator through towards the nearest available, least empty, or at least block-looking thing, while simultaneously just kind of bumping into the robots or slapping in one and throwing the and planting the explosive on him.
All right. So you are trying to get him kind of like out of the room while planting the explosives. Like, which is more important to you? Like the explosives part or getting him out of the room?
Probably getting him out of the room.
Okay. That sounds like you are going to, I mean, it sounds like a physique because you're trying to get him through the crowd. I can take arguments for other options too.
The only other option I could see is that would actually do me any good would be like seeing, noticing a path that was less obstructed, but I think that's a stretch.
It's a little bit of a stretch.
I'll take the physique and I'll fail for it. That's fine.
Okay. I mean, it's an overcome roll, so you will at least get the option to fail at a cost or succeed at a cost. Fail at a cost.
I hate those.
All right. So I'm going to set the difficulty for this at a 3 to try and get him like out of the room.
Oh, this is so happening. This is awesome.
Yeah. Go ahead and give it a roll. All right. That was a 0 result against 3. I imagine you will spend a bunch of fate points, right?
Nah. Let's let shit get worse.
That's fine.
All right. So I'm going to say that you are able to get him out of that particular room. Let's see. You are able to get him out of the room. The success at a cost is going to be that. Let's see. I think that the real live security guards are going to show up at this point. And as you're getting him out of the room, the real live security guards are going into the room. It's one of those cases of like they don't know that that's the perp. because if they knew, then that kind of defeats why you were trying to get them out of the room. But basically, they come in and they are kind of sussing up the situation, trying to figure out what's going on. As you get Ronator kind of like safely around the corner, Ronator's like, thank you. Sorry, a motorcycle is going by. Ronator says, thank you so much, Marikia. I managed, I got myself in a little bit of trouble, as you can tell. And it looks like your friend's gotten a little bit of trouble too. Do you have like a fallback point where we can meet them?
We can make one. You want me to make one?
I think we have one.
I throw my explosive back where the other guards were. Go, hey, catch.
All right. That sounds like that is going to be a crafts, I think, for the demolitions.
I'd say it's probably closer to shoot because I'm throwing it at somebody. It's
yeah, good point. All right. Go ahead and roll shoot as you are attempting to create an exit for your friends. Difficulty for this, I'm going to set at a 3.
I think this is our first successful roll of the game.
It is your first successful roll of the game. Wow. A 4 against a 3. That is success. You create a giant explosion. And there is all sorts of like smoke and debris, and the door is much, much, much wider now. There are, of course, like all sorts of like just stuff falling from the rafters. Barney, you know that this is usually the sign that it's time to leave.
Yep.
But
Time to leave. So I'm gonna reach down in the smoke and falling debris, scoop up Rex corpse, and dodge back out the front door because clearly they were coming in the back door.
There you go.
Into the kitchen. So keep my jacket closed so that my badge is not visible to anybody, but it's still there in case I need to deal with guards in the front, and make my way towards the fallback point.
All right.
Out of curiosity, would escalating the situation that way qualify as a self-compel? Because I've certainly obliviated any chance of us getting out quietly.
Yeah, we can absolutely do that. We can make shit worse. I will go ahead and give you a fate point for that, Marikia. Oh, you already gave yourself one? All right. Great. And that would be obviously on a suitable application of high explosives. Yes. So basically the entire station, or the entire city on this asteroid goes into red alert. You see on the dome up in the sky, it says, red alert, everyone please, return to your homes. The entire place is under lockdown. And you hear all sorts of sirens through the air coming in the direction of Cantina Z. At this point, Rek, you are conscious again. So you no longer need to be carried by Barney Canis.
I start to pick up. I look over at Barney. The job is over. Yes, we get paid.
No, not now. This is just like that time on Fargus 7. Remember?
Oh yeah.
That just clues them in.
Okay.
I look over at Ronator and say, hey, Hornator, at least I got you out of there. What's your complaint?
Well, I mean, out of the fire and into the frying pan is the thing that I think about. And his little mustache tentacles are kind of twitching nervously. Usually I like to handle these things sort of quietly and everything. But listen, if you have the credits, I've got the job for you. So yeah, I will take my usual 25% cut, but you've got to buy in to hear the heist.
If I had credits, I wouldn't be taking jobs. What do you mean by buy in and we better get the others?
Well, I mean, if you
You're
like,
using those
you know,
fancy words.
well, I'm using fancy words because, it's one of those things that like I'm in a high risk situation. Like, I live here and now I have to find a new place to live. I've got to go and like get to my ship really fast. So I'm not sure that we're going to be in touch anytime soon. So I'd like a little bit of prepayment on the 25% cut that I get from the heist.
I still kind of smell like burned a little bit, and I'm putting my mandibles in his face. Rec took lasers.
Are we all back together now?
Yes.
Are we all back together now?
Yeah,
Okay.
you're all back together. You're like in an alleyway right now, and Ronator is trying to convince you to give him money for the job.
Rec took lasers. Rec wants money from you.
Yeah, I don't think this is the best time for you to be running us down for a situation that you obviously created. You needed our help. We helped you, and now you're asking for money? That's not how we roll.
Just because you didn't like how we helped you. Hey, Barney, don't you have that broadcast device? The one that can like get location real quickly?
Yeah.
I hate you fuckers. I just want to let you know. Like, I hate all three of you. All right, listen, here's the job.
Get in line.
Yeah, right. I've heard that Marikia has pissed off the Red Falcon group, and that is not a good thing. All right, so here's the deal. It turns out that there is a stolen piece of art that there is a rather large bounty for it, like for either its return or for other art buyers to purchase. Have do with that what you will. If you're feeling goody, you can return it back to the original owner for something like a 500 million credits. Or you can sell it on the open market for probably, a couple trillion credits. Right now, it's an ancient interactive art piece. And it is on Mocitanides, the planet of Mocitanides, which is a water planet. And it is owned by ESAD. It's a Syrian septillionaire. So yeah, I have the, pardon me. I have some of the, like on this data stick, I have the blueprints for ESAD's mansion, at least one of the iterations of the mansion. Apparently ESAD gets it updated, every few years to kind of like throw people off of the trail, good security, all that jazz. Excuse me. And so this will help you find the, or at least could help you find the art piece. So yeah, so if that is good for you, I could use a little bit of credit, a few credits. The art piece, the Tomohiro Nishikado is the artist. So
that's impressive. That would be a good piece to have in my collection. Barney is well aware of it. But I think we will take the money anyways. Barney reaches out and takes the cred stick from him if he can get away with that.
Yeah, he'll hand you the data stick. Like,
okay.
At this point, Ronatar like has to get off planet quick, just like you've got to get off planet quick. And so like getting off planet to safety is his big concern.
Can I suggest a situation or setting aspect or game aspect of I hate you, I hate all of you?
Yes. Yes. I will add that to the board. I hate you. I hate all of you.
Well, let's make our way to the port and get out of here.
All right. So you managed to get to the port. There is a lot of security around the port. Actually, you're not in the port, you're kind of like outside of it. Everything has been locked down from the outside, so you're going to have to kind of break in, social engineer in, somehow get inside to your ship.
Sounds like possibly something I could handle. Do we know if there are any ductwork or any kind of ways to get from where we are to the ship, bypassing personnel, or is there
Sure.
that
I'll say
information?
sure.
I'll
Can I look around for some kind of ductworks like that? That sounds like a great advantage. Notice maybe, unless someone's better at noticing stuff than me.
That sounds good to me. Who wants to try and notice some ductwork?
Or it could just be
one of you two guys.
Or you can spend a fate point and say, hey, there's ductwork over there.
Hey, look at that roll.
Oh my God. That is a great roll, Marikia. That is a 5 to try and notice ductwork. That is definitely successful. You have indeed found ductwork. And since you were creating advantage, there's a free invoke on ductwork.
all right. I hope it goes where I want it to go. Reek is going to try to get to the ship. Does anyone want to come along?
Is the ductwork big enough for a 6.5 foot tall wolf man?
I'm going to give you a compel and say no. So, Barney, would you like a fate point on ductwork to compel that you won't fit in?
Yep, I will take it.
All right.
Absolutely.
So I will say small ductwork.
It's
So
big,
obviously,
big enough for
Oh, you
Gliddy,
bumped it.
one with as massive a physique as I've got.
It doesn't necessarily have to be. I'm probably about 4 feet tall, but I would be one of those creatures that can kind of squeeze their shape. So
yeah. Rec
Yeah, fate points
and
been paid.
yeah,
Right.
Marikia and Rec, you can both fit into the ductwork.
cool.
Okay, so I'm gonna say I will see you guys on the ship, and then I'm gonna go figure out how to get through. So he's gonna. I don't know if you want me to do that now or cover
No, let's
somebody else.
follow Van. Let's find out what Rec
Sure.
wants to do. So Rec, you're kind of like leading people through the leading you. Well, I'm presuming that Marikia is coming along in the ductwork as well, right?
I kind of mutter, told you we'd try it your way once. My way is a lot easier.
Also, is Runacor with us still, trying to get through
No.
as well?
No,
Oh, he made his own way?
is he's going to be doing his own thing, trying to get to his ship.
Oh, I thought
You noted that he did not go in the direction of the kind of like parking bay that you went.
Okay.
So, given the size of the asteroid, there are probably multiple parking bays. But also knowing Ronator, he probably has his own private ship parked like somewhere on top of a building or something.
Okay.
So Rec, you're going through the ductwork. You're going to have to try and navigate your way through the ductwork to make sure that you're going the right direction that you need to. So let's have you do an overcome roll. I think that notice would probably be the right one for this to try and figure your way through. So that I'm going to say is a difficulty of ductwork. You're a bug. I'll set the difficulty for this at a 3. And you rolled a 3. That is success at a minor cost. I'm going to say So you're trying to find your way. I'm going to say that you find your way through the ductwork, and in fact, you can kind of like look out of like some of the little slats in the ductwork, and you can see that you are right above your ship. But you also see that the ship itself has been basically kind of like bolted onto the landing platform. In fact, all of the ships here have been bolted onto the loading platform. Like if you think in terms of like cars, it's as if they went through and added the little like tire thing
Oops.
to all of the different cars
Boot.
to make sure that they weren't able to escape. So the cost here is that your ship has been the minor cost has been that your ship has been bolted down.
Galaxy
So
boots.
Galaxy
That's
booted.
it.
That's right. That's right.
Trademark.
Uh,
Galaxy boots.
I will look at
Yeah.
Marikia. Okay, Rexway got us here, but Rex doesn't know how to take a boot off a ship.
What, you think the only thing I know how to do is blow things up? Just because I got a body like this does not mean I'm dumb.
And then we cut to a couple of guards like sitting in front of the camera going like, yeah, so we were just doing our ordinary work that day. And it turns out there was a giant explosion in the hangar bay. We cut back to Barney. So Barney, talk to me. What is Barney doing to try and get into the ship?
So he's gonna amazingly have this little case with his costumes in it with him, and he's gonna duck into an alley, switch around into an upper class wealthy guy costume, high class
All right.
Armani suit, and then he's going to spend a few minutes on his PDA thing that he keeps on his arm for doing things like that, and set up some documents in a situation that he can do it. And I'm
Maybe
okay
it's like
doing
a
this with a
nano
flashback.
costume. Maybe it's like a nanite costume that you can program
Oh,
on the
there you
fly
go.
and change into different things. So, what we see is that cool scene of like the costume kind of dissolving and reforming around you.
Cool.
Yeah.
Cool. That's exactly what it is. But it's just the clothes. He's still a wolf guy. Uh, so I want to do the mockumentary thing here for the flashback to justify setting up previously. As soon as he comes on to a new place, he goes through. Okay, so he's going to look right into the camera in the mockumentary and go, whenever I come into a new place, I know because of Marikia that we'll have to escape somehow. So I set up alternate identities, and in this case, I think the best way to get through is as Senator Palpatine, who will be able to override the security to get off of the planet because it's safer.
All right.
And so you cut back and he's in the
yeah.
Okay,
Great.
right.
Make a deceive roll for me to create this advantage. I'm going to set the difficulty for this at a. I'm going to make this one a 2. Make it a little bit easier for you to create the disguise.
Okay.
So, and your result is a 3. That is success.
Mm-hmm.
So you have successfully created the aspect. Hold on, let me get my cursor now. Senator Palpatine. And let me add a free invoke on that. All right.
Probably get rid of unsure about target. That's not there anymore.
Yeah, good point. Let's go ahead and trash it. All right. So you managed to create that costume, and then what are you going to do?
So I'm going to walk up to the security and I'm going to use my stunt to get an thing about the particular security guard that is manning the gates and preventing me from getting through into where my ship is. That he's overawed about high government officials.
We're going to say wannabe politician.
Okay.
that'll give you kind of like the, hold on. Wanna be politician. All right. So you get that aspect on the guard. What we're going to do is, like, as you're approaching, we cut to the two guards again, interviewed at the camera, and the one's just like, yeah, I wanted to be a politician. And that's when, Senator Palpatine showed up. And that was, frankly, amazing. And then we cut back to you, Barney. So you are going to try and deceive your way past them.
Right.
I'm going to say that the difficulty for this is going to be a 5, because you're trying to prove that you're a senator without having anything other than the look of a senator. So,
Yeah.
so go ahead and make your deceive roll.
Okay. So I walk up and self-importantly and just start to brush past them.
Excuse me. No, I'm sorry, sir. We are in lockdown right now, and no one's allowed in or out of the spaceport. Don't you recognize Senator Palpatine? I don't care. Listen, we have rules.
So yeah, I'll use my invoke on the Senator Palpatine to give me the tie, and then.
Oh, you got a 3 result. I didn't see it. Spell.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
3, and then all right. Senator Palpatine takes you to a tie, and then do you want to spend a fate point to not have this happen at a cost or a minor cost?
I'll take the minor cost.
All right. So
true.
the minor cost is that you're going to have to get a selfie taken with the guard. So basically, like, just proof that you were there. So yeah, he says, "Oh, listen, no. This is a senator. Like, this is Senator Palpatine. I recognize him from all of the news holovids. Like, it's perfectly fine. We'll see you to your ship, Senator. Or we'll let you in. That's fine. Do you want an escort to your ship?"
No, that's all right. I just need to get going.
Okay, good, because we're really not supposed to leave our post, but if you had needed a more of a cost, we would have gone with you. But so yeah. So here, take my camera. Take a picture of us. He kind of puts his arm around you, like, gets the selfie picture. Immediately posts it.
I do the bunny ears over his head. The wolf ears.
Yes. And you are permitted into the bay.
Okay.
So, meanwhile, we have Rek and Marikia, who are in the ductwork.
I so wanted to somehow have the ship in the background during the selfie, and like me or both of us falling above the ship behind them.
That's actually that's a better minor cost. I like that.
Yep.
That sounds great.
But I didn't.
They won't notice until later, but that's awesome. All right, so you two have managed to get out of the ductwork and are on the ship, near the ship, but it's still booted.
How bright is it?
Is there a chance that I can hack into it? What skill are you going to say that, like, trying to hack into the system is going to default to? Would that be academics or?
That is a good question. So trying to hack into the system to let it go, I think academics would work in this instance. To try and mechanically remove the boot would be crafts. But academics to try and hack it is different. You'd have to go to the station where the controls for these are, which isn't too far from your ship, but far enough that, like, if something bad happens, you might end up having a hard time getting to the ship.
I might find new friends.
You might find new friends. Make friends, blow them up.
What does it look like it'd be easier to do, to physically remove it or to hack it? Just knowing the system and looking at it.
Probably to hack the system. The mechanics on this, the boot itself, because, like, we're dealing with, like, starships, like, they're massive. Like if you think about like the giant tires that are like 6 or 7 feet tall, I'm imagining that like the clamps like that. So mechanically doing it um, would probably be harder.
Hey, Senator Ovaltine.
Yes, young man.
Want to provide me some escort over to where we can where I can look at this computer and get us out of here?
Yes, that's definitely what we need to do. He looks around at the guards back at the where I just came through, and
I mean, or I can do it the other way. I'm always
no,
okay with doing it the other way.
let's go. So I start walking towards the offices, or maybe there's like a podium where
Podium
some of
with
the
controls.
workers would be with controls for the bank.
Okay, we're going back to the interview for a second. And I'm sitting going, yeah, and as we're getting out of there, I knew I had to do something that would look convincing and realistic. So my stature being what it is, I, of course, played the part of his bodyguard. And I'm starting to like ride around him with like 3 foot tall, the scrawniest Valedian you've ever seen.
Okay.
Awesome.
How bright?
Staring everybody down, almost daring him to say something.
So what does it look like? Is there somebody keeping us from getting there, or?
No. Honestly, they've locked it from the outside and don't assume anybody's going to be in here. So there are currently no guards like on the inside, so you can get to the controls, no problem. The problem is going to be hacking the controls.
Okay.
All right, I sit down and start working my magic. Yeah, you thought I was dumb, didn't you?
All right.
I know exactly how smart you are. Don't worry about that.
I'm going to put the difficulty for this at a. Now here's. I'm going to set the difficulty for this at a 4 because you are trying to hack into the system while everything's on red alert.
All right, that's fine. I got a 4.
All right. Well, all right. So that is success at a minor cost. I'm going to say that the minor cost for. It's a good question.
Unbeknownst to them, I trip a security flag in there, which flags our ship and our flight as being let go.
Yeah, that sounds great. That sounds like a good minor cost. So yes, they are alerted that your ship has the security lockdown has been lifted for your ship. So you are aware of this, that it's been tripped, since it's success at a minor cost. And I imagine that you beeline it for your ship.
Yeah. Hey, Senator Ovaltine, I suggest we get out of here now.
I concur. Completely in character, because that's how I do it.
All right, so I want to know about your ship. So as you're running back to the ship, like what does the ship look like?
Van's been quiet for a bit.
Like, is it, Van, tell me, like, is the ship, like, I imagine that the ship has a lot of, like, carbon scoring on it from explosions, but outside of that, like, is it sleek and fast? Is it a giant freighter? Is it a derelict? Is it brand new? Tell me about that, Van.
I'm picturing kind of a half circle, like a thick ship, like one of those bombers, like from one of the world wars. You know, it's like really, I don't know how to explain it. Like a really thick wing with maybe just like a little window in the center where the bridge would be. Size is probably not that big. Like I don't know if the wheels would be 7 feet tall or whatever, but probably like the Milano kind of in size. Just enough for some people to, you know, be able to sleep piled on
The
top
size
of comfortably.
So it's the
three or
efficiency
four
apartment
RVs.
of like
Yeah.
it's the efficiency apartment of spaceships.
Yeah, like the exterior of a bomber, but the interior of like a sub.
And I'm kind of imagining it like my wife's got this Cherokee, this '01 Cherokee, and it looks rough. But if you look at the parts, it is built and it is solid and it is capable. I'm kind of imagining it like that. It looks rougher than hell to anybody who doesn't know what they're looking for, and anyone who does know what they're looking for looks at it and goes, "Whoa."
Yeah,
Okay.
freaking atom bomb, but it looks bad.
Sounds good. Next question is what does the droid on the ship do?
We ask ourselves that question all the time.
It annoys me is what it does.
Unless
All right.
it's the pilot, it probably pilots the ship.
Because
Annoying
none of
Yeah, I
droid.
don't think anybody took drive, right? So yeah, I think it needs to pilot the ship.
Can it be like ridiculously over the top cheerful? Are we all good with that idea?
Yeah.
One way or the other, yeah.
All right. And lastly, what is the name of the ship?
Fred. No?
I'm good with that.
I'm good with Fred.
All right. All
Fred.
right. The name of the ship is Fred. Hello and welcome aboard the Fred, friends. I'm so happy to see you again. It's been several days or it's been several hours since you've left the ship. Did you find what you were looking for?
Yes, Fred.
Are you aware that the station is on lockdown, but our security clamps have been disengaged?
Yes, Fred.
Are we running from the law again?
Yes, Fred.
Should I? Well, then I'm going to start turning on the ship. And he starts turning on, and Fred, they start turning on the ship.
Well, is the AI Fred or is the robot Fred? Is the robot part or is the AI/robot part of the ship, or is it a separate entity?
I think at this point we've established that it's probably all the same thing, maybe.
I like that.
So, yeah. So, so yeah, I'm ready to take off. Has everyone put their seatbelt on? Do you wish to bypass security or safety protocols so that I might take off faster?
Leave,
Always.
Fred. Leave now.
Yes.
I'm leaving now. And just kind of like takes off out of the spaceport. As it takes off out of the spaceport, there are just all of these small little like police pods come flying up after it. And Fred is like, "Oh, we are popular today, aren't we? This is many more cops than last time." Should I evasive maneuvers or should I engage them in combat?
Run, Fred. Run.
Technically, it's flying. And Fred is going to manage to outrun the cops here. Fred's flying is spectacular. As you've established, the ship itself is solid and capable. And so after the small like little police vessels aren't able to kind of keep up in the depths of space with you, and you manage to elude them. Since none of you are piloting, we're just going to kind of hand wave that, and you have successfully gotten away. So you have jumped into hyperspace and kind of like gone to a safe jump zone that you had pre-established. And Fred is like, "We are at the safe zone." Would anyone like some stimulants? Coffee, tea, cigarettes?
So we have this data stick on the score here.
Yes.
So I wanted to do the mockumentary scene where Barney looks at the camera and goes, "If Fred wasn't such a good ship, I would totally blow it up myself, and then come back and tell Fred, take us to insert name of the planet I can't remember that we need
Yeah,
to go to.
Mockumentary.
Mockumentary. And then we'll go and talk about, look at what's on the data stick.
That sounds amazing. I will plot a course immediately. And Fred engages the hyperdrive and begins and says that, we will be in Mockumentary in 2 days, 13 hours, 12 minutes. And would you like the seconds?
No.
Oh, Fred.
That's where I want to go to the mockumentary for a second. And Rek is just sitting there. Fred is the only member of the crew that everyone hates more than me. I like this.
And then we cut to Fred in front of the camera going, everybody in the crew is so amazing. They are really good at stealing. And then it cuts away. All right. You uncover on this data stick that there is indeed blueprints for basically a mansion, basically the size of like a football stadium, on the planet of Mockumentary, which is a water planet. The water planet is owned. The entire planet is owned by Esad, the septillionaire. His race is Syrian or Syrian. Oh, Syrian. Nope. We're going to change that. I rolled a random race, and I don't want it to sound like a real human thing.
Good call.
Yes. Let's see. I'm getting species names. Nope, none of those are good.
Syrexian.
Strelation. There we go. That's perfect. He is a strelation, and I would like you guys to tell me about what strelations are like. They sound, crustacean-like, but who knows?
I was thinking snake-like, so let's put those together.
All right.
So it's like a centaur form with like a lobster body horizontally, and then with a snake like head where the centaur human part would be.
But still kind of armored with like
Okay.
the thing.
All right. What are strelations known for?
Being tough, armored. I don't know.
Yeah. They're tough and armored, but so the question is like, are they kind of like the thugs of the universe? Are they,
They're
fishermen?
they're very, very frugal.
They're frugal.
Meticulously.
Like they don't. I didn't
Meticulously
catch what
what, Van? Oh, sorry.
Clean. Like almost germaphobes.
Ooh, germaphobe is better. All right. And the last thing that I'd like to know is how did Esad become a septillionaire? How did Esad make their money? Gambling, tech, manufacturing.
He's like a movie producer, except it's interactive virtual reality simulations.
Okay, so he's a movie producer.
So he's like a studio exec, started out as a movie producer, that type of thing.
All right, sounds good. All right, so you're stealing from a movie
Galaxy
producer.
is big.
Yep. Indeed. So yes, on the plans, or there are the plans for Esad's, giant mansion, the blueprints for it. It is dated 3 years ago. Based on what Ronator said, that the mansion itself, like some of it may have been changed or updated, because ESAD is kind of always updating and changing the mansion, like spending his wealth to change it around and do things. And so I assume at this point you're going to kind of like concoct a plan. We do not have to actually do the planning because that's boring. We can use flashbacks during the heist itself to do that. I'm looking at everybody's aspects right now.
If this is a brightly lit planet, or if we know it's a brightly lit area, I'll probably have to do some forethought and planning about that.
Yes. That is probably going to be the case. So, Marikia, about 1 day, 2 hours, and 33 minutes into your travels to this location, I'm going to offer a compel on the Red Falcon once they're due. And I'm going to say that a small bomb is going to go off on board the ship, on board Fred, disabling the hyperdrive, and basically kind of like blowing you out of hyperspace and sending a beacon out so there's like two devices that were planted on your ship, basically to disable you and then to find you so that they can get their due.
Yeah, that seems like something that would happen.
All right, great. You get a fate point. So yeah, the ship kind of there's the ship rocks. There's an explosion. Fred goes, part of me has been blown up. We are coming out of hyperdrive. That is most unfortunate. And there seems to be a signal coming from the ship. It's not a signal that I put out. Maybe it's a friendly hello.
I'm pissed. Somebody blew up Fred and it wasn't me.
Barney's looking at Marikia, and like up until they said that, he was pretty much blaming the explosion on him. In fact, there's a thing. It was, I totally thought Marikia blew up the ship right then. Cut back.
And
I say we cut to.
Should have been, and I was only mad because I didn't get to it first.
Yeah.
Rex's head comes down out of the ceiling, looks at you didn't get his voice center?
I didn't do it, guys. It wasn't me this time.
I must point out that Marikia is always repaired.
I'm talking to camera going, I don't know why. Every time somebody blows up, everybody always thinks at me as I casually push a button, there's an explosion in the background.
We then cut to a bunch of like previous heists with explosions. So
with me, every time he's doing this,
casually pushing the same button.
It's all from previous mockumentaries. Boom, boom,
yeah,
boom.
The one where he blew me up.
Yes.
And then it cuts back to me. Oh, that one was fun.
Awesome.
Yeah, we had to get him to sign a contract after that. It was too hard to clean up. Put him in a bag. Wait till he came back.
Excellent.
So how far are we from the planet, and how precarious of a situation is our ship?
Great. So the engines are the hyperdrive engines are taken out, and there is currently a beacon announcing your location to anyone who's looking for that particular frequency, which you would imagine that the Red Falcon group is looking on that frequency. Right now, the way that it stands is that you need to try and not be where you are faster than the Red Falcon, like someone from the Red Falcon can get to you and find you. So that's going to be a contest. So the way that the contest is going to be is there's two sides. So there's your side, and then there's the Red Falcon side. Okay, and the way that a contest works is it's best out of three. So 3 successes. If we tie each other, then something bizarre happens. If you succeed with style, you get 2 victories towards the resolution of the contest, and you can attempt to create advantage for the roll that gets made in the contest. But if you fail to create advantage, you fail to you don't get to roll in the contest. All right. So my question is for what's the first thing that your group is going to try and do to get out of this situation?
Well, I think we ought to try to plot a course that uses the gravity wells of the system in a most effective way to slingshot us through there and away from these jackholes.
We also need to shut down the signal that's coming from us, because that's probably bringing whoever bombed us.
Right. And even if we move, if that signal's still going, they'll just find us again.
Oh, I think they're going to find us at this point. I think at this point they know where we are. It's not going to be too hard to track us if they know our starting point. Is that a reasonable assumption?
I will tell you that as GM, my intentions for this is that if you win the contest, you will not have to deal with the Red Falcon coming after you. So, because you have managed to successfully get away. Not saying that they won't track you down later, but the point of the contest is to let you get away before they find you.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking that the idea was to put the bomb on us, let us get out somewhere where we felt safe, but we're in the middle of nowhere. Then it goes off. They're a little while away, but that signal is going to bring them to us.
Well, I can make a jamming device, I'm pretty sure, using our transmitter. I can invert the polarity of the signal that's coming out there to nullify it so that they won't be able to track us anymore. I think.
That sounds like you were creating advantage to help with the contest roll, which sounds great. It's always good to reverse the polarity, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to set the difficulty
for
this.
It's really the phase, not the polarity, but you know.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, you got to put it through the main deflector dish, though. All right, so I'm going to set the difficulty for this at a 3. So go ahead, and it sounds like crafts. That is a tie, so that is just creating a boost. You good with that, or do you want to ante up?
Since it's just a create advantage, I think the boost is probably sufficient, unless you guys want me to work on it more.
I think it's fine.
Yeah, it's fine.
All right. All right. All right, there is a boost out there. All right, now one of you is going to have to make a roll to kind of reflect what you're doing to try and get out of this. If you want, that can also be Marikia making a crafts roll to try and utilize that inversed polarity technobabble to represent trying to get out of this particular situation. And then I will roll the Red Falcon's skill in this instance. So
I think anything I might do my character might do for this would be part of a create advantage. So I think using the crafts roll is a good first step, unless we're actually fixing the hyperdrive. So
I was thinking that might be part of what we have to do if we're going to keep going, but I guess that depends on where we are in space right now.
So 3 things that I think we could do that are like proactive to get us out of here, just to send it out there.
Mhm.
One is we can try to plot a course that, enables us to efficiently use gravity, blah, 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 to get us out of there as fast as possible. Secondly, is we can try to do some maneuvers to lay a false trail. And then third, we could probably fix the hyperdrive. Those 3 things sound like interesting things that we could do to get out of there. And some of those definitely fall under other people's areas of expertise.
I could use some junk to make a decoy that we could send off maybe with that transmitter.
Okay. Well, why don't let's resolve this first contest roll, and then those are a lot of really good ideas, Rob, and then we'll move on from there. I'm going to roll. I have a +3 to the roll. I can't actually add the modifier to it. You've got to be kidding me. I got a -3, Rob. You got a total of 4 on your roll. Is that your roll?
That was my roll for the create advantage. So
Okay.
so we're gonna roll crafts again to
Is
what's
yeah.
the fictional action that we're doing here?
The fictional action is that you've
I've temporarily inverted the phase and nullified the signal, right?
Yeah.
So how are we taking advantage of that? That's the thing I'm not clear on.
That's a good question. I think my brain just messed up, and I'm not sure.
This is where I'd say like the plotting the fast course makes sense to me, just to get us from point A to point B as quickly as possible and put as much space between us and our last known destination or last known location.
Yeah,
I'm good for that. What skill do we want to use? Academic sounds like it might be plotting a course. Drive, of course, would also work for that.
I'm going to angle for academics personally because I can do that.
Yeah. Well, I'm good with that.
Yeah, I think that's what we go with.
Go ahead and roll academics. All right, you got a 5 result against my -3. So I do not particularly care for that -3. Let's see. I'm going to say that there is. I'm going to. Of course, it's not letting me type. Fairy, come on. There is a homing beacon on the ship. I suppose I should have put an aspect out. And I'm going to put another aspect out, which is
Disabled hyperdrive.
Broken hyperdrive. Or disabled. And I'm going to actually spend a fate point on the homing beacon. It is good quality because the Red Falcon wants to get to you. So it is harder in this instance. You're plotting the trail, but the beacon's occasionally going off. Is the fiction for that. And I'm going to use that to re-roll because I got 3 minuses.
I also get
What's
my
that?
boost. I also get my boost.
Yes.
So I'm actually sitting at 7.
7. You know what? I'm not even going to spend a fate point because I'm not going to come anywhere near that 7. So that is going to be success with a style that gives you 2 victories in this contest. Yeah, because if I re-roll and I get a 4, if I get all pluses, I will get a 7 and tie you. So, so you've got 2 victories.
How about if we go with the plan that Van mentioned, where he takes the homing beacon hardware apart and we put it in a can and we plot a course to send them off somewhere else while we are fixing to give us time to fix the hyperdrive.
That sounds like the next round of the contest to me.
That sounds very
right.
deceptive.
So yeah, that's what I was thinking, that we figure out what course will keep us there and we make sure that the signal is will deceptively deceive them.
Sounds good. So Van, your stunt comes into play here. it turns out that you've got enough enough treasure in your cargo hold to create something that is going to give off kind of like the same um, like engine signature as your ship, because your stunt is, you know, you can create like cobble together whatever is needed to overcome a physical obstacle. I think this fits well for that stunt, for the heart of that stunt. Do
Okay.
you agree, Van?
That's fine with me. Yeah, I just wrote it thinking about escaping things, but this, yeah, I think that fits if everyone's good with it.
Yep.
Now, in order for this someone's going to have to make a create advantage to create this thing. And it sounds like, Rec, you're doing that, because you're kind of putting this together. Is that correct?
I think what I wanted to do was help set up the signal that it's going to do so that it will fool them. And we could use that as the create advantage, and then Rec could actually create the thing with the stunt.
Well, the creating the thing with this stunt is free, no roll. It doesn't create it as an aspect. It just comes in
overcome.
that like you have the thing that you need in this scene because of his stunt.
Okay. Right.
And
So
then we're gonna fire it off somewhere. So it might be that the skill that's actually being used to determine if we're successful or not is how accurately we place it, or is there something else that's really going to be the determinant of success?
I'm open to whatever approach you can talk me into, basically. Like, you could, because crafts, obviously, you can use to build it. Academics, you can use to like plot it a course. You could use shoot to basically like shoot it off in another direction to make sure that it's going in a different direction. Um, I could see it being stealth, a weird application of stealth that you're basically trying to kind of like create a distraction so that you can like run off and be undetected. So I could see that.
That could come to me.
What's that?
That if it was stealth, unless someone has higher than a 3, that would kind of be my thing.
Yep.
Yeah, I've got high crafts, high academics, and high shoot, which are 3 of the things listed, but I'm trying to figure out ways to get other people more involved.
Yeah,
Right.
Yeah.
academics might be good. The crafting, I'm thinking my stunt is actually getting it built, so crafting would kind of be a weird.
I think that if Rec created an aspect misdirection with stealth using this device, then Barney could potentially, oh goodness, I'm trying to um, Barney could potentially make the opposed contest roll with like investigate, as he is trying to find like the best kind of like place to put the ship while they go somewhere else. For instance, like hiding behind a moon, going into a nebula, investigating the area to find a good spot to put the ship while everybody else is kind of like running off after that thing.
Okay. I'm okay with that.
Cool.
Does that all make sense to everyone?
I think so.
Sure.
All right. Rec, you are going to roll stealth. I'm going to set the difficulty at a 3. You're creating your advantage. And you've got 2 skills put together. Try rolling again, just stealth this time.
Whoa, how did that happen?
I'm not
Probably
sure.
click
I've
them
seen it
both.
happen before. I'm
Ari
not
will
sure
let
how it happens.
It'll let you tag multiple skills at one time, which is kind of weird.
Yep. Yeah, that
Yeah.
is. It's probably a feature you put in for 2-column type play.
Yeah.
Then it does 2 rolls, which is weird.
Oh yeah, that's
Yeah.
right. That's not the way to do it.
All right. So the stealth result is a 5 against a difficulty of 3. So that is success. You managed to create the aspect misdirection, unless you wanted to name it something else.
No, I think that's good.
All right, great. It's got a free invoke on it. And now we've got the Wolf Con Man, Barney.
Right. Figuring
So,
out where to send them.
yep.
Investigate, right?
Yep, I'm going to set the difficulty for this at a 3.
Okay. So,
And I can pass that free invoke to him, right, if he needs it?
That is correct.
which we
And
do.
he got a 1, so he will need that free invoke.
So that makes it a tie, right?
Yes.
Or isn't this, they're supposed to be rolling 2 on this one?
Oh, yeah, they are. Actually, you're right. I'm so sorry. I was mistaken. They are supposed to roll. Let's find out. I get a +3 to my 2, and that gives me a 5. So that is a tie. Unless one of us spends fate points, something bizarre is going to happen in the contest.
That's a tie?
I got a 5 and you got a 5. I get +3 to my roll.
I only have 1 invoke, and that makes mine a 3. From the
I'm sorry. I was
advantage.
looking at Rex.
Yeah.
My bad. 3 against 5. Yeah, okay. So then that gives them a victory. So yes.
So it's at 5 versus 3 right now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, except so they're homing in on the device and following that, or they're ignoring the device.
I'm sorry, repeat that, Rob.
What's going on in the right now? So we sent out this device. Are they ignoring the device? They figured out to ignore it and following us, or
like what does their victory represent as far as?
I think their victory represents them. Let's see. They pick up the energy or the the ship signatures, like the exhaust of both of them, but they pick up a particular coolant off of your particular trail because of the disabled hyperdrive, and they follow. They actually split up the Red Falcon. Like there are multiple of them, and they have split up to search after you.
Okay, so I'm gonna say as they're starting to do this and they start locking in on our trail, I go, oh man, they're not falling for it. Good thing I plan ahead. Boom! Big ass explosion obscuring the trail just because the explosion is overwhelming their sensors. At least to get to a tie.
All right, and you spent your fate point for that?
Of course.
All right. Great. Yeah, so that is a tie, which means something bizarre is going to happen. I'm looking at conflicts just to remind me exactly what good stuff happens.
You mean a contest or conflict?
I mean a contest. Yeah.
It's an unexpected twist from Condensed. It says, introduce a new situation aspect to reflect how the scene, terrain, or situation has changed.
Okay. I'm going to say that at this point, you all, let's see, I'm going to add the aspect. Gas nebula. So there is, in order to evade them, you find yourself in a, actually I'm going to make it a volatile gas nebula. Let me spell volatile right. So you now find yourselves in a volatile gas nebula. There is low visibility. You can you get various radar pings essentially for the occasional small rock asteroid that's floating in there. But outside of basically radar, you don't have visibility. Fortunately, Fred is fine generally, but it is it's harder to navigate here inside of this nebula. This has made you easy. This has made. I'm trying to think. It has not made you harder to track or easier to track. It's just new terrain that you find yourself in. Is this volatile gas nebula?
I have a question.
Yes.
Since we've gone through our three steps here. Does
Yeah.
Fred get a try?
Fred does not get a try.
Okay.
Fred is just the ship. Right now, the Red Falcon, or no, right now you guys have 2 victories. The Red Falcons have 1 victory. So with this next, no?
No, they didn't get a victory. I pushed it to a tie with my invoke.
Oh, that's right.
We've been down two rounds. We got the first
Sorry.
one with the successful style.
I just scratched it. I had drawn it before we resolved. All right, so you guys have 2. They have 0. So you guys are doing a good job of evading them. But now you're in this kind of like purple greenish gas nebula situation. Fred says, "This nebula is very explosive. Please restrain Marikia."
No, Fred.
I saw the smile.
It was just a helpful suggestion, as I would not like the ship to explode. Again.
I hate to say this, but this is one of those times where do we need to hide?
Hiding is always a good idea.
Hiding explosives so the bad guys can find them later, yes.
Marikia, are you able to come up with any type of depth charges we could drop?
I have a plan. I think
Let's
that
go. Let's go with Barney's plan.
Fred, we are going to be doing some explosions, but let's do the old bait and switch. We will set up a depth charge, like you said, and then we will expose ourselves at that point, fleeing with the depth charge in between us and the Red Falcon, drawing them right into it, and then just as we get out of the nebula, we'll blow it up.
Hey, can we put their tracking device on the depth charge?
Didn't you put it on the other thing that you sent out?
Okay.
You blew that up, Marikia.
Yeah, let me actually remove that since that's no longer relevant. And misdirection is no longer relevant as they're currently tracking you down. You still have a disabled hyperdrive and the volatile gas nebula. It sounds like your plan is to create an advantage of the depth charge and then to try to steer them into I'm sorry? Steer them into it.
You're right there. Yep.
All right. Who would like to make the depth charge?
Oh, me. Come on, that's not even a question. I'm building a boomy thing.
A what thing?
A boomy thing.
A boomy thing. Okay. I mean, I knew the answer before I asked, but you know.
And
in order to draw them,
add another 2 to that, by the way.
Let's see. That is a 9.
That is a 9. This is what I do. This is my thing.
Yes. Solid with explosives.
So drawing them in, yeah, there's just my daughter with my enormous cat.
Oh, I used to have an enormous cat that size.
Yeah.
Maybe he's hurt from crouching with him. He's heavy.
She can only hold the cat for so long before she has to go take a
puppy.
rest.
My wrists are all subjective.
Okay.
Hold on one
there's
moment.
the puppy, Rob's puppy.
All right, yeah, that's a
So
nice puppy.
I'm gonna call them on the radio as part of the draw them in and convince them that I'm turning Marikia over to them.
Oh,
Meet us
okay.
at this coordinate.
That'll be good. All right, so hold on. Let me write down the aspect boomy thing with 2 free invokes. Let's see. There we go. So yeah, now let's have a roll off, Barney. You can roll deceive as you're trying to convince them that you're going to actually turn yourselves in, because you're all wanted.
No.
They're oh no, this is the Red Falcon. Yes. They will accept that. or maybe not.
Okay.
Let's roll. I get a +3 to this. That's a total of 3. So Barney, go ahead and roll your deceive. Against a 7. Even if I spent fate points. All right. That is 3 against 7. That is success with style. You get 4 victories. So John, why don't you go ahead and narrate how this goes? You are successful.
Up to when the bomb goes off, please.
No,
What was that,
sure.
Rob?
I said up
I
to
heard
when
him.
the bomb goes off, please.
Sure. So we released the rejiggered decoy, or a new decoy that has the explosives in it. And this time I get on the radio and say, "All right, we don't want any trouble with you, Red Falcon guys." He's very clever in his words, right?
Yeah.
So we've got him under. We've captured him, and we're going to give him up to you as long as you let us go. And he's going to make a point of negotiating in, maybe trying to get some money out of him for turning him over, and finally gives it up as okay, just leave us alone type thing. And here's where we are, and we set off the beacon on the thing that's matching our ship. Come and get them, and then I cut off the radio.
Oh, I tell you what. As part of your success with style, why don't I offer you a compel on Delbert Canis 7 keeps nipping at my heels.
Okay.
And the compel is that they're going to volunteer this information to you, to tell you that Delbert Canis has also been made aware of your location. He paid us a fee to find you as well. And as part of our thank you for turning over Marikia, we're letting you know that Delbert Canis is, just several hours behind you, and on their way to get you.
Okay, great. Thank you.
So yes,
We'll wait and have our airlock ready to go for you guys to take him.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure doing business with someone reasonable.
I am nothing if not reasonable.
And then we cut to the Red Falcon, leader on the ship, in front of the camera saying, it's so nice to encounter someone who's completely reasonable and understands that, a life of crime does not mean that you have to be rude and horrible, horrible person to do that. We're very thankful that Barney decided to turn over Marika, so that we can torture them like we're supposed to. And then we cut back and their ship explodes after they hit the,
No, while you're doing
detonation.
that, it's showing their view screen in the background. And you see the little shuttle going out there to where there is, and you kind of can see, see their faces on there. And all of a sudden, like fireworks pop out originally saying, "How's this for reasonable?"
Go to rec for a second, and he just pulls down. He's on the bridge looking through the screen, and he just pulls his goggles down, getting ready.
Awesome. So at this point, I would like to take a 10-minute break for just to be able to stretch your legs, get something to drink, etc. Why don't we meet back here at, say, it is 3:05 right now. Why don't we meet back here at, let's actually say 3:20 Eastern, just to give you a little bit of time to stretch your legs. So, all right. Be right back.
Guys.
There we go. All right. Welcome back to the fun. All right. So you have successfully gotten away from the Red Falcon group. It came close, but you managed to escape, which is good. You spend a couple of hours repairing the hyperdrive, and it's not hard to put it back together with all of the random parts that Rec has been collecting. Excuse me. And you are going to basically be able to get to, most said needs with no problem. And with a plan in place. As we go through, like, landing on the world and going through the heist that you're pulling and everything, please feel free to do flashbacks to things that could have like helped in situations that you are in. I find that going through a heist and doing flashbacks to prove preparedness does a couple of things. One, we don't have to sit around for an hour talking about what the plan is just to have it fall apart. And it also allows your characters to look more prepared as you go through the heist, because it's like, oh, well, of course I anticipated this. Meanwhile, like, you as a player had no idea it was going to happen, but your character had anticipated it, and it helps give better agency towards that. A game that does that really well is Blades in the Dark and all of the Forged in the Dark kind of games. They do, I think they have great flashback mechanics. But in this game, you can flash back if you need to create an advantage or narratively justify something. Does that make sense to everyone?
Yes.
All right. Okay, cool. All right. So here is what you know about the situation that is ahead of you. You know that, the name of the planet, you know a little bit about Assad, the movie producer. Let's see, I wrote down notes. Where is it? All right. So aspects. It is a water planet. Okay. In addition to it being a water planet, you know that inside of the mansion, it is so Esad has a vice for lizard females, and as such has a brightly lit. Basically, the entire place is a brightly lit sauna. It is incredibly warm and incredibly, like, imagine living under a heat lamp, basically so that he can keep his lizard females happy. And it's fine for him, a good temperature for him, being a snake lobster strelation is perfectly fine too. And you also, as part of your preparations, the building itself is a maze of hallways. And lastly, the last one is that they are filming a movie at his mansion. He is a movie producer, and part of what he does is, filming movies, and he's filming some of it on location at his mansion. So that's part of that's part of why the timing was so good to get this heist now, is that while they're filming a movie there's a lot of people coming and going. That gives you a lot of options. So that is, about the fact that his mansion is a maze of hallways. You do have a map, which kind of is going to help you, but, there's still some changes. The place is a brightly lit sauna, and they are filming a movie there. And it's a water planet for when that comes up.
I need a little bit of clarification on something.
Absolutely.
My burglary skill, what exactly would that cover? Things like security systems, like computerized things, or is it
Yes.
it just okay?
Yeah. Yep. It would be like bypassing those security systems for the purposes of burglarizing. Yeah.
So mostly mostly having to do with like preventative systems and things like that, not so much like, I get it. I couldn't tell a ship how to pilot differently, but I can tell a security system to ignore these people or something like that.
Yes, that would be the difference. Like, for instance, what Marikia did earlier to get the clamps off of the ship is not something that the burglary skill would cover. But the example that you gave, yes.
Well, I would probably look at this and say, what wet hell have you two brought me to? Look how bright
Bright
everything.
light and wet.
A very lucrative wet hell.
The warmth and wetness Reek likes very much. Wish it was dark.
How do you all want to begin?
That was actually interesting because when I looked really distracted a little bit ago, I was actually like thumbing through Crime World to see if there was any kind of equivalent, Blades of the Dark for like the preparation roll and things like that. If they had any kind of guidance for that, and I didn't really see any. So sorry.
Well, my thinking
Just
ahead.
for setting it up. Go ahead.
No, my thinking, if I'm going to be useful, is we either need to have something in place to turn off lights for me to get where I'm going, or some plan of entry for me that involves, like, again, the ductwork or sewers or something, some kind of pipe work or something for me to get from place to place usefully.
Put you in a bag, put you in a crate.
What kind of movie's being filmed?
That's a great question, Rob. You guys tell me. It is a sequel, a far down the line sequel, like a 5, 6, 7, of a popular movie. What is that movie?
It's about a rich kid fighting a serial killer in a mansion.
Except now the rich kid's like 80 and the serial killer's like 95.
Let's
Richie Home Alone 5.
5,000.
5,000.
You know what? Let's do Home Alone 11. Either Home Alone 11 or Richie Rich 5. Thoughts?
Home Alone might prove for some funnier antics if we decide to use the props and things.
Yeah, that's how. Maybe that's how Barney gets in as a actor or stuntman, as playing one of the people that Richie Rich is trying to keep out of his home when he's all alone.
All right, I've got filming Home Alone 11, Revenge of the Wet Bandits. Since this is a water planet. This is, of course, set in the Home Alone cinematic universe, because everything has to have a cinematic universe now. This is the situation that you find yourselves in. I mean,
so I think part of.
Oh, go ahead.
In general, I don't want to make specifics, but part of it was to lean into Barney's skill sets, is that Barney was going in as undercover as either an actor or somebody who works in the set, in order to do something to get to a place where I could insert something, access to the server, to set up things to actually get it, or maybe to do a distraction. So that's what his role would be in the plan.
Okay. I think at this point, I would like to set things up as a challenge. And so, like, the way that the challenge is that everybody is going to take a turn trying to solve problems to get you to the art display room where the interactive art piece by Tomohiro Nishikado is. And so what you just mentioned, John, about what Barney is doing could be the first part of this challenge. So basically, what you are trying to do is you are trying to deceive your way in as now either an actor or a like a stagehand. I'm not sure. I'm gonna kind of make you pick between one of those two.
Sure. I think I would go with the the actor because he's a charming, uplifted wolf con man. So, but not one of the stars because that doesn't make sense. So,
All right, sounds good. So you are trying to be one of the actors so that you can. What are you trying to do to help everybody else get in?
um, I think he gets in and then he opens up. Um, he uses a widget that Rec made to open up an access port past the security. So, you know, he's like a pen box to plug in somewhere because he's not crafty himself. And once Rec is able to get past the exterior sensors and through the vent into the ductwork, then he can be in and move around as needed.
All right, that's going to sound like a deceive roll to me.
Okay.
Go ahead and uh, let's see, make a deceive roll. I'm going to set the difficulty for this at a 4. All right, that is a 3 against the 4. So that is success at a cost, or you can spend a fate point.
I'll take the cost at this point.
All right. Let's see. I'm going to say that the cost is going to be that Delbert Canis 7. So as part of the cost is that you get kind of like swept up into a scene. It's like, you know, you are a non-speaking part character in a scene as part of this. And as you're kind of like in the scene, you like look across the set and out past, and you see that Delbert Canis 7 is disguised as one of the kind of like grips for the movie. And your eyes and Delbert's eyes connect, and there's instant recognition, and he begins like working his way to you. You are successful in using your device to open things up for the others, but you have to kind of try and lead Delbert off your scent, pun intended.
Mm-hmm.
So
okay,
you've got your own Delbert situation to deal with. That is the cost.
Okay, I accept that.
All right. Okay, great. That is one success in this challenge. Who wants to keep things going?
And the scope of the challenge is getting in.
The scope of the challenge is getting to the art room where it is. Like your challenge is to get into the art piece. So you've gotten an opening from Barney. The question is now how does Marikia and Rec take advantage of that?
Did Barney have a duffel bag or anything with one of us in it? Or does Marikia have his own way of getting in?
Well, that's a great question. Part of this could definitely be stealth trying to get in. Like, for instance, if Rec was in a duffel bag, you could use stealth to kind of like be in the duffel bag and to kind of like work your way through the shadows and the ductwork of the building. To then try, and then Marikia could try and kind of find their way to get to the art room in that situation. It's fairly open.
The the dingus that Barney used, was that to actually make a doorway for us to be able to walk in?
Yeah,
No,
basically provide
in
cover.
my mind, it was to disable an alarm on a vent from the outside of the building into the ductwork.
Okay, and that was planted, but you were sidetracked.
Well,
Right,
that was successful.
But he was sidetracked in the process, right?
right.
Yes, he's unavailable to help in the narrative of the next two because he's going to have to be dealing, like, when we're done with this contest, or I'm sorry, with this challenge, we're going to have to deal with Delbert and Barney.
Rob, unless you have a better idea, I think maybe he could have had a bag with him that has me in it, and I could go in through that grate and try to find where I can either get a way for you to come in or locate the art.
Well, I think we can both go through the ducts. I mean, we're both tiny.
Yeah, I was about to say, Marikia could have also been in the duffel bag, despite having an amazing physique. Really tiny.
He doesn't actually have an amazing physique.
No. So the question is, Rec, what are you doing in the ductwork? Like, are you trying to navigate through it, like sneak through it without being detected? Is that what you're attempting to do, or something else?
Yeah, my goal was to look for the security center. I think, like the computer center of the mansion.
To what end are you looking for the security center of the mansion?
To find the art piece, I believe.
We pretty much know where it is, don't we, from the map?
Yeah.
Have a map of
Yeah.
it. Then to take the alarms off of it.
Okay. So you're trying to sneak in and through to disable the alarms.
Yeah, I'm finding it hard to make up what I'm doing because I don't know what the setup is. I'm kind of making it up as I go.
That's exactly what you're supposed to be doing. I don't have any maps in front of me. I don't have any, like, a lot of this is coming together ad hoc. So, so that is both a strength and a weakness of Fate in that, like, everything, if everything was prescribed, it would be easier to say what the situation is. But in this case, we're kind of inventing it.
Okay.
One thing that could happen is that both you and Marikia are in the ductwork, and Marikia is supposed to go to where the art piece is, and your job is to go to the security center and disable the alarms in the art center that he has in his mansion, which feels kind of heisty.
Yeah, that makes sense. And then I could probably clear a path as well once they have the art piece to try to get out of there. One of my other issues when I'm making this stuff up is, like, I don't want to step on other people's toes, so it's making me second guess what I'm trying to say.
Well, I would tell you right now that the best thing you can do is not second guess yourself, because I'm sure that John and Robert, and I know myself, will push back on if there's any assumptions that you're making that are in conflict with something that somebody says. But definitely bring up what you're thinking, because usually what you're thinking is probably going to make the game better. Like, part of the fun of it. Like, to me, that is one of the strengths of Fate, is, playing in this way where, like, everything is not set in stone. I don't know exactly what's going on, and giving you as a player agency over that helps make things more interesting. Like, I didn't have the robot for the ship, Fred. You guys completely invented the ship. That was awesome. You guys have been, like, creating things as we go along. The race of Isad, the Strelatian, the fact that it's a lobster body and with a snake head, and they're known for being frugal and they're germaphobes. Like, this is all great stuff.
Okay. Yeah, I just don't want to make plans for anyone else without checking on them. So it's like one of those things I have to get over. I will then go looking for the security center to try to shut down the alarms and such on the art piece.
And then assuming that there's some kind of vault door in the way, I can sit there and try to blast my way using very small explosive devices. God, it pains me to say that, to get in there without alerting anybody.
That sounds good. Let's resolve Wreck first, which I find it funny that one character's name is Wreck, which is phonetically wreck, and then another character is wrecking things. So you wrecked that Red Falcon ship. All right. So Wreck, let's go ahead and get you into the to the security room. You kind of scuttle your way. It's great to be able to say scuttle with an insectoid character. So you scuttle your way through the ductwork. It's been one of those kinds of missions with ductwork. And as you're scuttling your way through, you find yourself kind of like above the security room, the security station. Um, and there's a security guard, kind of like manning the station and everything. But one thing that the problem with the security station, like most security stations aren't really well lit because they want like the screens that everybody is watching to be what everybody's paying attention to. This one is amazingly well lit, sort of like the rest of the house is. And in fact, this is a lizard species security guard that's kind of like enjoying relaxing in the hot sauna. I am going to offer you a compel on photophobic species that you're going to have to overcome the light in the room before you can enter the room.
Yeah, Rec looks through the grate and sees he's kind of overweight lizard dude and laying on a heat rock looking at all the television screens. Just kind of hisses to himself, but yeah, I'll take it.
All right. You've got this fate point, and now we need to figure out how you're going to overcome this particular problem before we can finish out this part of the challenge. So, so what is Rec going to do to resolve this issue?
So he can't use the stunt again.
No, you can. This is a different scene.
Oh, okay.
So you can have something that will like allow you to like get into the situation, but it doesn't overcome the how brightly lit it is. We still have to solve that. So you either have to like take out the guard, turn the lights off,
So thinking
or
is
something like that.
search this ductwork that I'm in. Does it also have conduits or power cords or anything in it that I can access the wires to the lighting?
I tell you what, give me a notice roll, difficulty 3, and let's find out. That is a 2 against a difficulty of 3. Do you want to spend a fate point? The one that you just got to solve this?
Yes, I do.
All right. Well, if you're willing to spend that fate point, go ahead and spend it from your character sheet. And then that is success. There are indeed conduit wires. And there is a free invoke on that. I've added that aspect to the board.
So my plan would be to make a small cut somewhere and use some of my bodily fluids to short out the wires and get the lights off. Or I could puke on it.
I think this counts as burglary. I think would be a skill for this to kind of like to kind of like shut out the lights so that you could get in. It's gross that you're going to use bodily fluids on this, but that's fine. That's fine. It's very speciest of me to think that's weird. But go ahead.
I may should have done a warning on that.
That this is going to be an overcome roll against a difficulty of 4. And their burglary is a 3. Rob just quit the game.
I didn't think it was
Rob,
that disgusting.
I didn't think it was either, but everything all right, Rob? I think Rob's
His video
internet
looks
went.
like it's blocked. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we lost him. Oh no. Welcome back, Rob. Did your internet blow up?
Apparently so.
All right. Well, sign back into Fari and add your character back. We're still resolving Rec. So Rec, did you want to spend another fate point because that difficulty was 4?
Yeah, I think that's worth it. To
All right.
get down.
What aspect are you using to spend the fate point on to justify the bonus?
Sure. Yeah, I didn't think about that before I said it. I'm trying to think of the aspects that are on the mansion right now.
Well, Death Proof Insectoid Sneak Thief would definitely work. You could spend the free invoke on Conduit Wires, and thus save yourself a fate point.
That's what that seems like the best option.
All right. Spend the free invoke,
What are
and
the conduit wires doing to help you?
yeah. Talk through that. How are you how does the conduit wires, how are they helping you to take out the lights and the security guard? Give us some fiction.
Wait, so it's a free invoke on the wires.
Yes, on the aspect conduit wires. We're just looking for a fictional, an in fiction explanation of how taking of the conduit wires help that process.
So like usually
Really, the overcome role is to get the alarm off, is what we're resolving now, right? So how is the conduit wires helping the
I mean, besides the fact that they're what I'm puking on to destroy to take the lights off, I guess maybe I can't invoke that because I can't think of another way they're helpful.
Well, they're helpful because they're supplying power to the lights in the room.
Right. So so the fact that
Yeah.
I'm destroying them is how they're helping, right?
Yeah, the fact that you're cutting them somehow, ripping them apart is part of it because it is feeding power to the room.
Okay. So, all right.
All right.
Well, that's what we're doing. Yeah. I did the gross thing that I don't need to say again onto the wires and started to corrode the wires to where they shorted out and the lights go out.
All right. The acid burns, and the acid your acids burn through the conduit wires, and you jump down and manage to knock the guard unconscious, as part of this whole thing. Because fighting with the guard's not important right now. You've set up, and you are able to. You've now taken. I know that was a little bit long for a compel, but basically you've managed to overcome the photophobia that prevented you from getting into the room, and you got into the room. And actually, I guess now you've got to take care of the security system as part of this challenge, and then we go to Marikia and deal with her part of the challenge, or their part of the challenge.
And that would be another burglary.
I think yes, it would be dealing with the security system. Yes, I think it would be another burglary. I'm going to set the difficulty for this at a. I'm actually going to set this one at a 2 because you're in the security room and you have access to the security guard and all of his access panels or access cards. So go ahead and make a roll against a difficulty of 2. That is a 6 against 2. That is success with style. So not only did you manage to succeed here, but I'm going to add an aspect on the board, and that is going to be a 3. So you have now taken. I know that was a little bit long for a compel, but basically you've now taken. You've now taken the photophobia that prevented you from getting into the room, and you have access to the security system as part of this challenge, and then we go to Marikia and deal with her part of the challenge. I'm going to add an aspect on the board, um, uh, eyes on the mansion. It does not have a free invoke on it, but basically, as long as you're in the security room, you've got access to all of the security cameras, and so you've got eyes on the mansion in
Yeah,
that room.
my first thinking on that would be that the guard was basically logged in, and I just knocked him
Yeah,
out. So it thinks I'm him.
great. All right, Rob, Marikia, um, you are in the ductwork. You are above the art room. You hear the powering down of the security system.
Cool.
You hear like security system disengaged.
Well, I guess he's useful for something after all, for a scrawny guy. All right, so I look down, and what's in the room with the art that I have to deal with? That's going to make my life hell.
What you're going to have to deal with in the room is there is actually a basically think of a Great Dane, but with fangs in the room. So basically, like it's a security dog that is trained to maul people who aren't Assad in the room. So it's like physical security in the room.
Cool.
Yeah. This dog is bigger than you are, Marikia.
That's not hard.
No, it's not.
All right. So I wanna start by just kind of looking around the room and seeing if the dog has any of its stuff in the room. Like, does the dog have a toy or a bed or something like that that the dog rests on?
I'm going to tell you that this is basically like a working dog, so there's not going to be any toys in the room. Um, so there is going to be oh goodness, I'm going to say that there is a. I tell you what, give me a notice and let's see what you turn up with. I'm going to set the difficulty for this at a 2. That is a 3. I'm going to say that you managed to notice that there is indeed a dog cage in the room, a dog sleeping crate in the room. And so it has like there's there's an automatic food dish, an automatic water dispenser. There are no toys, um, uh, and so like this is basically like this animal is just a work animal to kill people who come into this room. It's unfortunate, but some people actually do this with animals.
Is there any way I can get to anything computerized that I could theoretically hack into or something like that? Like if I wanted to
Uh,
start messing around with the automatic food dispenser?
um, if you wanted to get to the automatic food dispenser, so this has a bunch of like if you're imagining the movies where they've got the freestanding cases where like it's glass with a glass top. If you wanted to kind of jump from piece of art to piece of art on the tops, you could probably get to a point where you could kind of hang down to mess with the. Sorry, hold on. Let me rewind this a little bit. This is a challenge, so I don't want to make this too terribly involved. Um, what do you want to do with the dog food dispenser to try and like get past the dog?
I want to try to use it in some way to lure the dog into the crates that I could lock it in there.
Okay. Um,
Because I mean, I ain't going through this thing without a fight, and if I shoot it, it's going to blow up, and I'm personally not going to do that.
yeah. Let's see.
Are we in any kind of communication, or are we more like radio silent with each other?
You could be in communication, and I can also say that do remember that we can do flashbacks. So, for instance, if you wanted to, we could resolve this situation as a flashback using like resources to have like I don't know dog treats with like
Use
horse
the bait.
tranquilizer in them.
Yeah, something like that. I'm good with that. I'll use resources on that.
All right. I'm going to set the difficulty for this at a 3. And there you go,
Man.
rolling a 3. So that is going to be success at a minor cost. Are you willing to spend any fate points?
I'm trying to figure out what I can actually invoke if I wanted to, because I mean, yes, in general, I am more than willing
Yeah.
to, but not, and I don't know of any
So
aspects that would make sense that I could invoke from here.
What if it was
can we
tranquilizer?
do a flashback to something else that we set up to be to create some aspect as part of the flashback that he could use now in the middle of the roll? Or is that doing things out of order?
Let's do that. Why not? This is a mockumentary. This is part of the way that the movie is
Right.
being shot. So yeah, let's go ahead and do that.
Obviously
back
we
on the
knew
sh-
that the
yeah.
I'm sorry, Randy. So obviously we knew that there was a dog there,
Mhm.
right?
Yes.
And so I think that as part of the things that one of the other characters had to do, like Barney, we created a situation where now I'm talking myself into a corner. A situation where the dog would be distracted. What are we talking about the role here? What is he trying to do? He's trying to
right
get
now he's trying to feed
get
the
the
dog like a tranquilizer to either
right
like have it go to sleep or trick it into the
into the cage.
crate.
I don't know how close
Right.
species
Let's
wise,
put a
but
scene on it. Let's put a scene on it. The original flashback to me getting the to trying to get the meat to bring it with. Let's try to figure out where I'm doing that, because I'm trying to figure out where that's taking place, because I haven't really had a lot of places to go meat shopping, and so that would be an interesting. By setting the context on it, might make what can be invoked or what can be done to assist that more obvious. Is
Okay.
what I'm getting at.
Right.
By treating it as this
right.
kind of abstract resources role, I don't understand what's going on, which makes it hard to invoke, hard for them to assist, etc.
Yeah. All right,
Right.
great. Let's go ahead and make a scene that kind of like allows us to get what we're getting. So let's say that that you make a stop. So before the like Red Falcon situation, you made a stop at kind of like a convenience store of sorts, like a planet's moon that happens to be kind of like a way station along the like hyperspace lanes, and there is indeed a. I'm trying to think of a way to make this interesting. If I put a grocery store on it, let me look at your aspects. You know what? You're trying to get. It's more interesting to try and get the tranquilizer than it is to get the meat that it's wrapped around or the peanut butter. So I'm going to say that you're going to have to stop at like a moon and deal with some shady people in order to get this. Um, let me find a random name generator to get the name.
Oh no, I'm totally at Cantina Delta.
Cantina. Okay.
Because we've already established there's Alpha through Z, so
Yeah.
and they're the go-to corporate line of shady bars. So why wouldn't it be Cantina Delta?
Good point. All right.
I think we lost John. There he is.
I see John. All right, great. Cantina Delta. Cantina Delta looks remarkably like Cantina Z. So much so, in fact, you kind of expect for there to be scorch marks, but there are not. As you enter Cantina Delta, the hostess is like, table for 3.
Yeah, just 3 this time.
All right, great. We've got we have no wait right now. You came at a great time between meals, so we've got a table right over here. She takes you over to a 4-top and sits the 3 of you down. at the table, hands out food menus, and says your server will be with you shortly. As you kind of like peruse the menu, you notice that there is like a device in the middle of the table, basically like a little tablet that you can kind of like choose various services from. You can either like order appetizers, but then there are kind of like other black market services that you can choose from the menu as well. So I presume that you choose like oh no, what?
Definitely. I'm going to go for the tranquilizer option, the tranquilizer extra.
All right. Let's see. We need someone to come up and talk to you. Let me find a name. Nick Tia. That's a good name.
I am really liking the corporate chain restaurant of seedy underground bars. I'm just really loving that, by the way.
Excellent. I'm glad that's working out well. So yes, so a rather attractive looking person is going to kind of like come up. Sorry, an attractive looking woman who is not human, but is instead a definitely a mammalian species with a lot of fur. You can see that she has the natural fur color for her species is kind of like brownish auburn, but she has like dyed various like patches of it. Like lots of like bright colors in the hair for on the top of the head, but also like going up the arms. Also, like the very tip of her kind of like monkey style prehensile tail is also colorized or colored hair. You can see that she actually has on her right arm, she has most of the kind of like the top of the right arm kind of like shaved off, and you can see that she's got like a tattoo there. The tattoo itself seems to be like the hair has started to grow back, but you can see where the tattoo was, the hair is coming back like a different color. So she comes up to the bar and she's like, "My name's Nick Tia, and I do believe that you were wanting to talk about some pharmaceuticals, tranquilizers.
Oh,
Do you have
absolutely.
Do you have a difficult time sleeping at night?"
Oh, yes, that's exactly what I have. I have a horrible time sleeping. It's like I'm being attacked by a large dog-like creature with big fangs that's keeping me from sleeping.
Oh yes, yes. Um, that is interesting. So let's see. So that sounds like that would be a fair amount of Ambien uh, to knock you out. It is Ambien that's the sleeping pills, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I'm like, Ambien, Lunesta, something along those lines. Um, but yes, that would be a fair amount of Ambien. I presume that you have a prescription, don't you?
Yes, we do,
Oh, well, then that's going
says Barney.
um, well, if you can show me your script, we can get that filled. Otherwise, I can have a doctor come over and provide you with a prescription.
So I feel like she's angling for a bribe.
She is not angling for a bribe. She is
Legitimate.
basically trying to get you to kind of like uh, play the game that they have to in order to get you what you
Got it.
need.
Got it.
So,
Got it. We need to get the
Like
weed card.
medical marijuana.
yes.
Yeah.
So yeah, you've got to get the weed card. Um,
Yes, we do have one, but we left. our computers were blown up when we came into this planet. Not blown up. And he looks at him. We were hit with a virus. So any help you could give us would be great.
Sure. Yes, we can certainly help. So at this point, in order to get the Ambien that you need, some options are we can approach it with resources, like you're trying to pay your way through. You can attempt to use contacts, like I'm friends with Jimmy, can you help me out, kind of situation. You could, trying to think of other ways. You could try to threaten it out of her, like
I
threaten
like
the Ambien out of
contacts. We
her,
haven't
or
done any contacts, so I'm all in
yeah,
favor if I know a guy.
yeah. So Barney, you're currently talking to Nick Tia, and why don't you go ahead and drop some names in a conversation and make
Sure.
a contact roll. I'm going to set the difficulty for this at a 2 because they want to sell you the Ambien.
This is an overcome roll to get the Ambien, or to get the create advantage that we're going to use in the challenge, or is this a create advantage to
that's
do
good.
that?
I'm going to just say that this is going to be to get the Ambien, so I'm going to make the difficulty a 3 just to simplify things, because it's currently 4 o'clock and we've got another like 30 minutes left. So
Yeah.
this is a contacts difficulty
So-
of 3.
Yeah, it's going to fail. Is the only thing if I do it, because contacts isn't one that I set high.
It's not going to fail. It's just going to cost some fate points.
Cost. Okay.
Hey, you're not too far off. You got a 2 against a 1, or sorry, 2 against a 3. So you're just 1 fate point away from succeeding.
So I will fumble a little bit with the name, but then my experience as a con man and my inherent charm wins out over that. So I'll spend my fate point for my high concept.
Con man. So like you may not necessarily know a person, but you'll know the right name to drop, is what you're saying.
Right.
All right. She goes, oh, yes. Yeah. Gooch Hog. I know Gooch Hog. Good doctor, fine, upstanding in the medical, whatever. All right. So, yes, I am sure that we can get a script faxed from his office, and we will take care of you soon enough. At this point, she kind of like goes away. You guys order dinner. She comes back after dinner with the Ambien for you because you've been successful in getting it. And as Rob, you've raised your finger. Okay, all right. As you are kind of like paying your bill and leaving, we see moments after you leave, we see Delbert Canis 7 kind of on the scene, like sniffing around, like trying to find where Barney is. We know that we've got him in the current timeline scene, but just feeding that he was continuing to track you as you were going through everything. So that, Marikia, is how you got the Ambien.
All right.
To put the dog out.
So I'm gonna go try to throw it into the cage. Is that going to be shoot?
I think that is going. Let's make it shoot, and I'm going to put the difficulty at a 3. Do we
He's
lose
locked
Rob
up
again?
Yep.
No,
Yeah,
Rob's
no.
here. It's being weird. I clicked on the wrong thing.
Oh my God, Rob.
Yeah, no, let's.
Here's a question though. If it has Ambien in it and the point is for the meat to put the dog out, does
There we
it
go.
necessarily have to end up in the cage?
It does not. It's just trying to get the dog to eat the treat, and
And that was a
shooting it near
failure.
the. What's that?
And that was a horrible failure.
Yes, 1 against 3. Um, so that is a success at a cost, or you can spend some fate points.
Trying to think of what I could spend fate points on at this point. I don't have to come up with another aspect, and I can't think of anything that would make sense. So I throw the meat down there, and it's like it doesn't go where I want it to go.
I am going to say that you throw the meat down. It doesn't really distract the dog. You need this dog to kind of be passed out. Um, I'm going to propose this as a cost. We can negotiate it, but the cost is that you're going to actually have to like jump down and feed the dog the Ambien by hand, and as a result, you're going to take a mild consequence from like stuffing this down the dog's throat as it's chewing and gnawing on you.
Yeah, sure, I'm good with that.
All right, great. So yeah, so you get a mild consequence of I don't know
Odd
what
arm.
gnawed arm sounds good. So go ahead and mark that on your character sheet. And good stuff. All right. So at this point, Marikia, um, let's see. I am going to you find the interactive art piece. The interactive art piece is just as Barney Canis 8 said. It is an arcade tower that has Space Invaders on it. So you know that with the arcade towers, that the important part is not the tower itself; it's the board that's inside of the arcade tower. And it is very easy for you to open up the arcade tower and open it up, and you find the board inside of it is like attached to everything that it's supposed to be. The question, the unfortunate circumstance, though, is that of course it is rigged to explode whenever you like disengage it. So I'm going to actually I'm going to offer you a compel on a suitable application of high explosives. This is kind of a stretch for a compel, but I'm going to compel you that you're going to have to make this not explode as you are taking it apart.
Sure.
So, so yes, it is rigged to explode whenever you take it apart. So you're going to have to overcome that. Let's go back to our friend Barney. So Barney, Delbert is going to catch you somewhere in the mansion. Where do you kind of like stop and decide that you're going to face him down? You're muted, John. Okay.
Okay, I think Barney would have known that the jig was up, and he needed to deal with Delbert, or this whole thing would be blown. So he goes off to the can and a break in it, and makes eye contact with Delbert just as he leaves the room, meaning like, follow me, we'll deal with this. And so we get off to a corner down the hallway,
Well,
in an
just tell me
alcove or a little room.
don't narrate what he does, but just tell me what like room you want to like or space
Sure.
you want to deal with him in.
Okay, so there's a parlor off the hallway that is far enough away from where the movie's being set, but not too far, and it has some windows out onto the overlooking the ocean, with terrace overlooking the ocean, like French doors, and couches and chairs and tables around. So that's as soon as I walk into the room and I turn around to see what he's going to do.
Okay, great. So as he kind of like comes around the corner, he has a small blaster pistol pulled, and he's just like, Barney, I've caught up with you. It is time to end you. You are not better than me. I've tracked you all this distance, and I'm going to take you out.
Okay, so I'm going to play mind games with him, and I'm going to say, did you track me, or did I lay a trail for you to come find me? Do you think that I didn't know you were there? And look him right in the eyes.
All right. I am going to run the scene, the situation that we have here for everyone as a conflict. Okay.
Okay.
And we'll resolve what you're doing in just one moment.
Sure.
Basically, so I'm adding an NPC. This is Delbert. Okay. I'm adding for Rec. There is going to be security personnel. I'm never sure about how to spell that, so if it's misspelled, whatever. So Rec, in your situation, you have the security room, but basically, like someone's coming to relieve the prior person, finds the door locked. Excuse me, and there begins banging at the door. And calls like other security personnel. So basically, there's pressure on you that like security people are kind of coming for you. And then for Marikia, you are dealing with the booby trap. Okay, so those are going to be quote NPCs in this conflict. So what we will do is we will do popcorn style initiative. Is everyone here familiar with popcorn style initiative? I see John shaking his head. Robert is.
Yeah.
Van?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, great. So Barney, you're going first. You're trying to kind of like basically kind of take the wind out of Delbert. It sounds like what you're trying to do.
Right. Yeah, I'm just trying to make him doubt that the situation is as he understands it. Maybe I've got something up my sleeve.
All right. That sounds like you are attacking with deceive. So like in a social kind of attack.
Mm-hmm.
Is that like you're trying to take him out? So I interpret that as an attack. If that's not your intention, you know.
Yeah, if I can talk him out, we'll say that's it. I when I make that decision as a player, I usually know more about what the odds are of doing it or whether I need to stack up, but I don't know anything about him meta wise, so we'll go with the attack.
That's a good question. I tell you what, let's put it to Rob and Van. Let's come up with a couple of quick aspects for Delbert. Delbert is Canis 7. We know that, which means he is an uplifted wolf of the prior generation to our friend Barney. Tell me something about Delbert or the Canis 7 generation.
They're a little bit, for lack of a better term, glitchy. They're prone to kind of, I don't know, extreme ADD. The wolf part's a little strong in them. Squirrels and balls are very interesting. Hold on, it just hit so hard my car alarms went off.
Okay. All right, so I wrote down easily distracted. Van,
Um,
Something that's maybe not a detriment to Delbert.
they're very good. They have very good aim because of their eyesight.
Let's do excellent eyesight. Let's do excellent senses. That makes it a little bit more broadly applicable and is good. Um, I'm going to, let's see. Hold on. I'm going to add one that is aggressive. So Delbert Canis is aggressive. He has excellent senses, but is easily distracted. So there you go, John. You know a little bit more about Delbert.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah. We'll go with. Am I muted? No. We'll go with the with the attack on this, as I can. He's more physical based, and so dealing with him, keeping it on a social mental level is probably a good plan.
Sounds good. He's going to defend. He gets a +3 to his roll, which brings my result to a 5 against your 6. Delbert will take 1 point of stress. I'm good with that. Do you want to spend any fate points on that?
Yeah. He's been hounding me for a long time, and so I put a little extra venom in the thing that I said. So I'll spend it on my trouble.
Your trouble aspect, which is okay.
Keeps nipping at my heels. He's been
That brings it up
hounding
to
me.
Yeah.
Hounding me.
Yeah, I was going
love
to
the
say you need a
positive
fate point
invoke
for
of the
that.
trouble.
That was my call.
All right, that is going to be
That
3
was-
stress. Let's see. Hold on. Let me. All right. I'm going to go ahead and mark off the 3 mental stress boxes for him.
Mhm.
All right, great job. John, who is after Barney?
So I think I want to say that there is another kind of an aberrant person who is the same species. He's an aberrant for that species, in that he's not photosensitive, like maybe he was a mutant or something. And so he's whatever species Rec is, he's not photophobic, and he's, although he's kind of the same height and stuff, but he's more physical,
Uh,
right?
I'm sorry. I think maybe I was misunderstood. Which player or NPC goes next in initiative?
Yeah, sorry, that was completely silly on me.
That's okay.
The next person who goes next. I thought you were asking me for details on the security personnel.
Oh no, I like that. I
Yeah.
think that's great.
Let's go ahead and have so we're even. Go. They're gonna come out on the end because we went first. So let's have Rec go. Rec.
All right. Rec, what do you want to do? You're muted, Van.
Yeah, this thing I have to, when I have both these screens open, I have to click back on the Zoom meeting for the spacebar thing to work.
Yeah.
So what is the setup here? I'm in the security room, and
You're in the security room. You're looking at the camera feed from right outside the security room. You see that there is a another one guard who's the same species as you, actually, and there are other lizard folk, both male and female security guards or security personnel that are there. They look very mean and tough. And they look like they're getting ready to try and breach the room.
So they already know that I've taken over in here.
Yeah, they found the door locked and weren't able to get in. I imagine that you locked the door to prevent anyone from getting in there with you. Is that a fair assumption?
Yeah, and I think they probably tried to call in, and I just pulled a Han Solo, and I was like, everything is under control. Situation normal.
Yep. So yeah, so they are trying to breach and enter the room. Now you do have the ductwork above you, which is how you got in. But you have a multitude of options in front of you. You've got the security controls in front of you.
So I don't know if this is too complicated, but the first thing that comes to mind is try to set up something with the security system to where I can put like a timer on the door or open the door, jump into the vent, and have the door shut on them and lock.
I think that sounds like a lot of fun. Okay. So that sounds like you are trying to like time it right, time your escape from the room so that they can come in and then have the door locked behind them. Um, I'm going to say, give me an athletics. I'm going to set the difficulty for this at a 4 because you want to try and time this right. Does that sound like what you're trying to accomplish?
Yeah, I don't think I can see any skills that would be better for that, so I'm good with athletics.
Okay. Go ahead and give me an athletics. Difficulty 4. Oh, that is a 1 against a 4. So,
Could I
so
do a
you are.
reroll?
What's that?
I don't know if a reroll would be helpful or not.
Potentially. Um,
I have a
with
3
two,
in athletics, so I could possibly. Do you have to justify a reroll or just spend the fate?
you spend a fate point and you have to say what aspect is helping you with that. So, um, being an insectoid, I imagine like doing a jump like this could be justified. So your high concept could do it. Um, I'm looking to see if there are any other aspects.
Yeah, I
I
think that.
really like the ellipsis trick in cases like this, where when there's a
Yeah.
failure, you kind of narrate up to the point where it looks like you're going to fail, and that leaves space to narrate how you end up turning it around and reversing it. It ends up being a very cinematic kind of feel. That's what I like.
Okay. Um, can you give us an example in this situation, Rob?
So he's trying to jump back into the ducts, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I would say he's got it programmed in. They're coming in. He leaps up to the ducts and like barely scrabbles on a hold, and it looks like he's about to slip. ...
But then
All right.
on a death-proof insectoid, I scramble in at the last second or something like that.
Um, well, it could be one of those things that you are willing to like um, uh, sacrifice a couple of legs to get in because you're a death-proof insectoid. They'll grow back.
It's true. Yeah, and we're just kind of like taking as rote that I programmed the security thing to lock behind them.
Yes. The one of the things that I don't like to do in Fate is like roll for every little like thing, like roll to program the doors, roll to get into the ductwork, roll to like do all of these things. I like to try and like what's the most applicable skill and handle an entire situation. It keeps the action going. And kind of like just keeps the narrative moving forward instead of negotiating over like a couple of dice rolls to accomplish something. Um, it also fits with like this idea of like being narrative first. Because if you look in movies, like sometimes it's just assumed that they're able to program the door to do the thing that they need, and the jump is the like the drama in the scene. And so like we're focusing on the particular drama in this scene, like you with your burglary skills and having that like panel in front of you. It's you are competent enough to have done that, and now you're trying to jump out to do it well.
Just
Yeah,
roll for the thing.
and I just want to add on to that. One of the other reasons to do that is people are bad at math, and especially combinatorial math. And like, if you roll for 3 things, it usually ends up being one thing. It's either I'm going to roll until I succeed or I'm going to roll until I fail. And even if you have 3 50-50 shots, that's really a 1 in 8 chance of success, even though it feels like it should be better if you have to succeed all of them, right? So I definitely am all on board with the find the most critical thing in the scene, unless you're going to draw it out into a full-fledged contest or something like that, which does have the kind of pacing structure and mechanical structure in place to prevent you from falling into those pits.
Yeah.
It also seems to be that thing where everybody talks about roll for the thing that's interesting if it doesn't happen. So
Exactly.
Well, then I will say the door comes in, the door opens, the guards start coming in. As they're coming in, I jump for the grate. I start to scrabble, and I would like to spend a fate point to try to roll again.
Okay. Spend your fate point and give it another roll.
It's becoming hard to navigate. Sorry, hang on.
How far did you miss it by?
The difficulty was a 4.
Okay.
Yeah, this is one of those places where it's like kind of iffy on a reroll on whether or not it should be.
Yeah, makes sense.
And now you've missed by 1. You've got 3 against 4. So
anything else I could tag?
Well, this is where like one of the key strengths of being a fate player is being able to justify an aspect for just about anything, like stretching that narrative a little bit and bringing things into it. So one of the thoughts that I had, because I thought you might need to end up spending another fate point, is like the photophobic species. Like the guards come in and they immediately turn on the light in the room, which kicks your like fight or flight, like, a nervous system into action, making it like giving you more power essentially to get out of the scene, to have accomplished what you're looking to accomplish.
Or since we've only got 3 aspects, this would be a great time to drop a new aspect. And
That's true. If you want to, yeah. If you want to, you can add another aspect that would justify this, like, like really good at jumping. It seems like cheating, but it's not.
Hey, I mean, I'm okay with another aspect of everyone else.
Yeah,
Yeah.
go for it.
Maybe Rec is into hardcore parkour.
That should be the name of the aspect.
That's actually a sample stunt.
Oh, it's going.
Oh, is it?
That's going to be the name of it.
All right. Go ahead and hit save once you've updated your character sheet. Spend a fate point, and you will succeed. So, and then you need to determine who goes next. On the scene,
what did success? I mean, what he gets away in the narrative into the thing, but what does that do with the scene as far as is that him taking out the security guards, or
I've got
what?
I'm going to say at this point that is going to take out the security guards because it is currently 4:30, and I want to try and lead us to a conclusion. If we had more time, that probably wouldn't have taken out the security guards, but I think that I'm good with that in this instance.
In
Yeah,
this case,
I thought
I
was
would have
leaving them there without any
Oh,
accident.
hold on. Rob, what were you saying?
I was going to say, in this case, I would have considered not doing it as one big conflict, but rather doing it as 3 separate scenes and just interleaving between them, because the shape of the scene he's describing is really closer to a contest or a challenge or even a simple overcome. I don't think what I'm going to be done is really conflict. It's kind of coerced into it. So I think in that case, I wouldn't go through takeout because that's not what he's doing fundamentally.
Yeah, I agree with you.
It's all good. We're just trying to get through it, man.
Yep. So as long as everybody's having a good time, that's the big thing. All right, great. Rec, you get to decide who goes next. Marikia, Delbert, and let's just get rid of the booby trap as an NPC to speed things along. So you can either choose Delbert or Marikia.
I'm going to go Delbert, so Delbert doesn't pick who goes next. Again.
Well, it forces Delbert's choice.
Yeah.
Well, no, but I mean,
right.
doesn't that keep him from going twice?
That does prevent him from going twice, because if he went last, he could choose himself to go first in the next round, and that would be basically double dipping. All right, so Delbert has his gun trained on Barney, and is basically going to be like, well, I mean, no matter how I got here, Barney, I'm still going to be able to take you out. I'm the one with the blaster, and he's going to pull the trigger and shoot. So Barney, you can defend with athletics. I think that's probably about it to really justify here.
Well, really, he's aiming his gun at you and spouting off. What do you do? Right? What does your character do? I mean,
right. So I'm going to lean into my character strength again, and if it's disqualified, that's fine. Because I had kind of set up the idea that I knew more than what he knew. I'm going to say, as I see his finger start to press on the button on his laser blaster, I'm going to quickly glance over his shoulder and says, "Take him out now," implying that there's somebody behind him to take him out.
Ooh,
hopefully that will, the intent is to distract him so that he doesn't shoot me. That's my defense.
All right. That sounds like you're defending with deceive. So
that's what I got.
Give it a go. All right. I'm going to roll. He is going to get a +3 to this. That is a 3 result. And your result was a 5, or was that an old roll?
No, I just clicked that.
All right. So that is a 2-point differential. He is going to miss completely. So basically he doesn't even shoot. He just kind of like, and kind of turns around, like his full body, like, turns around and is ready to shoot whoever's behind him. And so now he has his back to you. That is going to choose for Marikia to go next.
And we're going to do a flashback and a little cutscene.
All right.
So now I'm not dumb. I mean, I know I look at with this ripping body here I've got, but I'm not actually stupid. I've got a degree in everything. I knew there was a very good chance that things were not going to go well with this. And you know what? When you need to get something from point A to point B, the easiest way is always through a big gaping hole in the ceiling.
You're muted, Rob.
Goes back to me looking at the thing, taking out another remote device. Beep, 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 beep. And then we go to the flashback of me taking the loader and retrofitting it with additional thrusters and laser cutters at the bottom to come and fly over here.
So basically you're going to drill a hole and just take the whole thing with you. Is that your intention?
Yes, sir. I'm going to call that a fate point cost for the flashback. I'm assuming there's a fate point tax on those.
I say there should be for that one for sure.
And I'm going to say crafts to build the thingy.
Yep. It's going to set the difficulty for that at a 3. I imagine modifying the ship is something that you do fairly often. You are 1 short.
Ah. Okay, so as it's going, I would go beep, 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 beep. I sit there and use all my scientific knowledge and, take off the back and redo a couple wires in there. Beep.
All right. And you're spending a fate point to get to a success for creating the thing?
Yeah.
All right.
Or at least
Great.
to have it come in and get it at that point.
All right. So you manage to the ship comes flying up. Fred comes flying up. You hear in your earpiece, "I'm so glad that you called me. It is so nice to be part of a heist. Laser engaged." "I'm going to drop this into the ocean, but first I will skip it." And throws the thing out into the ocean. So a little like robotic hand comes out, grabs again, we're a little bit over time, so I'm kind of moving things along, but one of your loader hands for the vessel comes and grabs the cargo, which is the arcade cabinet, and gets it into the ship. Now we just have to get everybody else back to the ship. So who goes first in the second round, Marikia?
I'm going to give it to my buddy Barney.
All right. Barney, what are you going to do?
I am going to talk Delbert into giving up his fruitless quest to take me out by standing up next to him and said, "I can't believe you fell for that. I like you, Delbert. I really do. I think we could do great things together. Let's team up." And I'm going to basically try and talk him into stop hating me, at least long enough for me to get out and continue to play the game later.
Well, here's a question. Are you sincere or are you lying to him?
Oh, I'm lying to him. This is just more buttons to push. Yeah, that's where I'm going with that. It's an attempt to take him out of the scene.
Okay, you're attacking with deceive. Delbert is going to say, like, "I've been tracking you for so long. All you want to do is embarrass me further." Go ahead and make your roll. I'm going to make my roll. I get a +3, so that brings me to a +2 against your 3, which is 1 stress, which is not enough to take Delbert out. Do you want to spend a fate point on that?
Yep, I will totally do that. And so I'm going to say with that fate point that just as he's thinking that I'm trying to just embarrass him again, he's easily distracted, and one of the lizard women come by and distract him as he walks by, so that he decides that's where I'm spending it on.
All right, that sounds good.
Great.
That 3 stress will be enough to take him out because he only had the mild consequence slot left to absorb. And so Delbert is taken out. I am going to, there's not much point to it now, but I still want to. I am going to compel you on Delbert. Canis 7 keeps nipping at my heels. You have convinced him that you guys would be excellent partners, and he is going with you on the ship. So he is leaving with you because you guys will become partners.
Okay, great.
I know, kiddo.
See if I can continue to have him as a minion.
All right. Barney, who do you pass it to next to go? Well, at this point, it seems like actually everybody's situation is kind of under control because Rec is in the ductwork. Marikia is on the ship. You and Delbert manage to make your way to the ship, and you basically are going to like leave and go off planet. So you have succeeded on your heist, and the the video game console, the arcade cabinet, it is worth trillions because it is an original. It's an Earth original. It is one of the original Space Invaders like boards itself, often replicated, but this one is genuine. And you make your way off into space.
All
Any last
right.
words from the characters?
I look at Barney, I see Delbert, and I'm like, new pet or new food?
Partner, Delbert says.
Is the house broken?
Or I look at Barney for like affirmation on that.
So before you see Barney's face, we do another little mockumentary cutscene, and he's going, "Poor Delbert, he never saw what hit him after that," and then that's just it. Leave it to the imagination.
Rob?
No, I'm good.
Okay. Then we
I
will
like
end
leaving
on.
it with. I just like leaving it with. No, he never saw it hit him after that, and just cut to credits.
Right.
Post-credit scenes, though, I want Delbert facing the camera going, "I'm a good boy. I'm a good boy." So.
And then Wreck with a toothpick. Yes, yes, he is.
Awesome.
He helping Barney put explosives into a bone.
Excellent. So we are over time, but I like to end all of my sessions with an exercise I call Wishes and Stars, where basically we share something that we liked and something that we didn't like about, or something that like could have been better about the session, and something that we liked about the session. And then we'll go ahead and bring it to a close after that. So as soon as an idea for one of those strikes you, you're welcome to share.
So I liked that I was able to take somebody out with deceive in a conflict. So that's not something that happens, and that there were it was involving with one of the compels that we had talked about in the chat before. So thank you.
Excellent.
I really liked the characters. I like the fact that they seemed to work together well, had some synergies. Everyone I think did a really good job of making sure that everyone had their kind of niche and not overstepping that, and helping lifting each other up in a lot of cases, and leaning into the comedy without having it get to the level of stupid. Because that's the hard thing when you're trying to do something that's sort of comedic, is sometimes it can just go completely over the top and be forced and actually be just obnoxious. And I think we avoided that.
Yeah, I call that gonzo, inspired by like the Shadow of the Century book, using the term like gonzo meter, like how like, how powerful is magic and stuff. I stole the term, and for me, that's like how like internally consistent it is with things. Like the TV show Community has a very high gonzo rating.
Right.
But like I agree with Rob. I think that we did a good job of making it like entertaining and fun, and a mockumentary without being ridiculous.
Yeah, that seemed like one of the hardest parts that was going to be to carry off. I think everybody did a pretty good job of kind of just faking their way through to get it, for lack of a better word. Improv. I thought
Yeah,
was pretty good getting that through.
I thought it would be much harder than it was. I'm kind of surprised that it worked as well as it did on my part, on how well I found it, how easy I found it.
Yeah, same.
I think we did all a good job of kind of keeping that tone in mind and pushing towards and supporting it, which made it easy, I think, for everybody to do that. right? It's
Right.
harder when everyone's on a different page as far as where the tone is to maintain it. But when everyone's on that same page, it's really hard. I mean, comedy and horror both kind of like that, where it really requires tonal buy-in from the entire table. And if you have somebody that's not aligned, it's just gonna die.
Right.
Yeah, I have to admit, like I'm thinking like this would make a like great campaign. Um, like the compel at the end where Delbert, I compelled you to take him with you. Like, I mean, I can just imagine like the next session, dealing with that situation.
Right. Right.
So it was good.
For a
Yeah. Yeah.
wish,
If it wasn't a one shot, I wouldn't have done that mockumentary scene where we, you know, you never saw what hit him.
Right.
That was just a way to close that. You know.
for a wish, just in terms of running Fate, the one thing I noticed that you did different than I did, and this isn't necessarily bad, but I do think it kind of caused a couple stumbles, is I tend to drive it very, very much more fiction first and mechanics second. So I always try to relate everything that's going to a scene, to an action, to what's happening on screen. I feel like sometimes it got a little more abstract, and then it got harder to figure out, well, what can we invoke? What can we do here? What can we do here? And that's is where I kind of tried to speak up a little bit and say, okay, cool. Well, what's actually happening, just to kind of help feed that. And that was the one thing I did notice. I mean, I think you did a great job running it, and I'm being critical.
Oh yeah.
And there's obviously a wide range of way people can run it, and I'm very kind of on the extreme of that fiction first thing. But I did think that helped in some cases, kind of pushing it towards that a little bit.
Oh, it absolutely did help. And my opinion on feedback is it's part of the reason why I do this exercise at the end of sessions is to learn from, learn from what the wishes are, you know. I used to call it like rose and thorns and like tell me something you didn't like about the session, and that feels a little bit more like
Friendly.
suggesting like bad things as opposed to like wishes where it's like I wish something had been more like this. Helps people phrase it in a way that is a little bit um, I don't want to say less mean because people aren't necessarily mean with it, but it's phrased in a way that's constructive. Not everybody knows how to provide constructive feedback. That was constructive feedback. And that's something that I was thinking of during the session as well. Is I'm like, so I keep saying like, do you want to invoke a fate point as opposed to saying like, how do you want to try and push this further so you could succeed? And so that's something that I'm going to be taking away from this session where it's like, you know, maybe I lean too much into mechanics and I have to bring myself back to more fiction. So I think part of like for me, part of that is that like my home group, we are all GMs, and so like I can speak in terms of do you want to invoke a fate point, and they go oh yeah, and then they go straight into the narrative reasons why. And so I think that that's a habit that I've grown because of my particular group. So I really appreciate that, Rob. Thank you.
Oh, my pleasure. Yeah, it's one of the things I found about Fate, and this was like in the Google Plus days, the constant litany of, well, how does this mechanical interaction work? And you go, okay, well, fiction first. What's actually happening? You're telling me mechanical interaction. Tell me what's actually happening in the game world, and that usually, I found that resolves about 80 to 90% of questions with Fate. Right? If you always go back to what's actually happening on screen, it becomes a lot easier. And if you don't, it's like ridiculously abstract and hard to figure.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much what Robert was saying with just a few of the scenes where
You're muted, Van.
why did I take my hand off I had my hand on the space bar. A little bit light on the detail occasionally in the scene, and that made it hard for me to figure, well, what can I do? But that's basically what Rob was saying. But the only other wish was the thing about like we didn't really do much with scale, which is something I was looking for, but at the same time there was nowhere to do it really. I mean, it's just something that didn't come up. But other than that, like I love the game. It was a very fun game. I can't think of one star really, but I definitely enjoyed the session.
So just to address scale, yeah. As I was like nervously like putting things together, like building the like train tracks as you went down them, um, scale flew right out of my head. One of the things that with scale, that there are two ways that I handle scale in Fate. One is mechanically with like scale rules. There are several different versions of them out there. There's like the Fate condensed, the system toolkit, the Dresden files, which is very similar, I think, to the condensed. That's one way to handle stress, like in a mechanical fashion. But another way that I have done it in the past is to exaggerate the results of what happens. So, like for instance, you know, uh, if Barney would have punched Delbert, you know, it would have been like punches him and like he kind of recoils like that from the punch, versus like someone with scale punching Delbert. Delbert would go flying across the room and smash into the like the opposite wall. So you can give a feeling of scale using one or both of those techniques. So so that's one way that, or that's a couple of approaches that I will use for scale.
Another way I think that you can use it is just as permissions and denial
Mm-hmm.
for scale.
Yep.
Like,
Oh yeah.
yeah, if I've got one level of scale, then I just can't punch you. Or I can punch you, but it's not going to have any effect.
And that doesn't even to be like super quantized, mechanized. I've had games
Right.
where like people are shooting assault rifles at basically, you know, small kaiju, and I'm like, it bounces off its skin. Sorry.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And that wasn't anything, you know, formalized. Oh, this is scale 1 versus scale 3. It's just, it's not going to hurt them. Wish I have actually a related star in Wish. On the star, I want to point out that, you know, in 3, basically we did the first hour was character creation, kind of setting, deciding, and babbling. And then in 3.5 hours, look at all the story that happened. Look at how much occurred that we played through. And I think that's pretty stinking amazing. On the Wish, and I want to preface this with saying that I struggle with this too, and I'm trying to find ways to kind of back myself up and give myself structure around this. I feel that the pacing in terms of where we spent that time maybe wasn't always ideal, in that it seemed like first 2/3 was getting to the heist and the last third was the heist, which seemed disproportionate.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's something I struggle with.
Yeah, I struggle with that. Yeah, I struggle with that in one shots a lot because like I'm trying to like kick us off well and like and not move too fast, but then like yes, it ends up like the focus is in the wrong place.
What I've come to the idea of is this idea of how many scenes do I want to spend on a thing? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And I usually try to let things be mostly player driven. So what I do in that case is like, okay, I want the getting to the planet to be 3 scenes. And how many scenes am I going to have total do I estimate? Okay, cool. I want getting to the planet to be, you know, 2 or 3 scenes, and I want on the planet to be 6 scenes. So then I would sit there and say, okay, for the players to do this, is that going to get, you know, to get off to the planet, and I want that to be 3 scenes, is that going to get them 1/3 of the way to the planet? If so, cool, play the scene, make sure that it's in such a way that it will get 1/3 of the way there. If not, gloss over it and get to the thing that will get them 1/3 of the way to it. Yeah. I've been playing with that as an idea of kind of a loose pacing, high level structure. I don't know how successful that is, but it's just something I'm throwing out there as someone that struggles with that mightily. I've had things I expect to take 1 session, take 4. So, you know, I definitely feel that.
Okay. Yeah, that's a good framework to kind of consider, and I think I'll I'm playing 2 more games tomorrow, so I will put it into effect, and we'll see how it works out.
Well, I could imagine
on a roll, but you don't want to make it a big scene. You can just condense it to a single roll and just zip past it, right? Either gloss over it or just single roll it and boom, boom, boom.
Yep.
That's something I feel like I would need to look out for, because it does seem like that'd be something a lot harder than a lot of other game systems where it's not so dependent on each player making it making it up as you go along in a way. Like, I guess it is a lot harder to plan ahead for that kind of thing time wise, because you don't know really how long a scene is going to take depending on what the players decide to do.
Well,
And that's
there's
really
that,
any
but
improv heavy game. That's really any improv heavy game. I mean, if you're running improv GURPS or you're running improv Savage Worlds or PBTA or anything else, it doesn't matter. You still have that problem. It's the difference between I have a planned adventure where these are the scenes and I'm not entirely sure what's going to happen.
Yeah, I think just controlling it the way that Rob described, by making that decision at the beginning of the scene, like the player describes an action and the GM's job is to decide what happens in response to that action and if there's going to be any mechanical resolution to it. That's where you make the decision in your GM loop in your head, which type of thing I'm going to do. Do I want to spend, this won't get us 1/3 of the way there, so it's just one roll. Narrate, roll, narrate, go to the next thing. And great advice, Rob, because I struggle with the exact same thing that you're talking about myself. Currently 4 on what I intended to be a one shot for another game. So it just got out of control from me. So
the other
trying to
thing
do that moving forward myself.
What I do when I start a scene, especially when players are calling for a scene as opposed to players kind of ending up falling into a scene, is I a lot of times ask, okay, what are you guys trying to get out of this? If this goes as well as it possibly could, what happens? And that is usually a good framing thing for, okay, now I can think of what's the opposition. Why is the thing hard? Is it hard? If it's just obvious and going to happen, then yay, it happens. We narrate through it. If it is hard for some reason, then okay, why is it hard? And I can figure out what opposition to bring in, if any, and then I can sit there and aggressively cut to that action as opposed to all the lead ups to it. I mean, almost think of it as aggressive cutting on a scene in a movie, right? Yeah. Not to pick on you in any way, but going through the whole thing of okay, waiting around at the thing for our table to be ready. I probably would have personally cut just to when the person gets here. Okay, cool. You wait, and 50 minutes later, a person comes up to you at the bar, right?
yeah, in that instance, I was buying myself time as my brain was working.
That's
Like,
fair.
and I know that was not the great gaming experience, like waiting at the bar for someone to show up. But unfortunately, my brain was not working as quickly as it usually does, and I was just like, boom.
As a stall technique, it was great. Don't get me wrong. As a stall technique, it was great. But if you weren't doing that, I would have aggressively cut to the actual meeting.
Yeah, agreed. I have to wrap up now because I've got some other things that I have to do this evening. Thank you all for playing. Thank you all for supporting the Book of Hanz. Right. So I am going to. I've recorded this, and I will after I edit it a little bit to take the breaks out and stuff. I will post it to YouTube and provide everybody with links in Discord. So thank you all very much. Enjoy the rest of your Saturday.
Thank you, guys. It was a lot of fun.
Man. Thank you. I really appreciate gaming with you. A lot of fun, man. Thank you.
It was awesome. Bye.